Dun, dun. Good evening, guys. Another Saturday evening. Welcome, CR. Good to see you. And
Hello, Shadow.
and Norfolk, UK Prepper popped in and said hi, and I will be popping in and out. As got home 20 minutes ago and cooking my food, and that is not a problem. That is, you need some food so you can manage
Hey,
to
maybe I should scout for some food.
yeah.
Maybe I should too. We'll see. Anyways,
And Willow Tree, good to see you.
welcome.
And just asking for a friend, good to see you too. Always nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yay!
And I hope your week has been better than mine, at least. It has been a messy week for me, so that's why everything messed up for me to set up the stream and things like that. I began to set it up yesterday, but I was quite tired, so I had to go to bed. So I didn't finish it. So I didn't finish it this morning.
Yeah, I was like waiting for this notification. I'm like, usually you send it to me over on Wednesday or
Yes, just
Thursday,
asking
Friday.
for a friend.
Yeah.
Yes,
so-
my email are always in the description. I always put it there, but I can give you to it anyway. Let's see here.
I'm pretty sure we'll see Nick drop in pretty shortly here.
Yeah,
said it-
probably.
He said over on my stream he was gonna drop in on this. He's like, "See you at Shadow Stream." I'm like, so I'm expecting to see him.
Yeah, they will pop in as this, when they can, basically.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yes.
And I came up with this topic actually when I was at work.
I see.
Is that quite interesting, right? You came up with a topic for your live stream at work.
Hey, whatever it takes to get the I just lost the word. The inspiration for a topic or a video.
Yeah.
Right? It comes from anywhere. So
Welcome, Iron Fire Horse. Good to see you again.
hi, Ironfly Horrors. I know. Hi again.
And Diana, good to see you again.
Hello, Diana.
Okay,
Welcome.
lurking in the background while working. That's okay. The topic for today is actually the use of scout and supply run teams. And that, I will say this straight away, that is when everything is basically gone and the resources are very scarce. Okay, that's
So like you're talking about like more advanced type of scavenging. Like I'm trying to understand this topic a
supply
little bit.
runs are not exactly looting. Okay, we get into that. Okay,
Okay.
so I have some actually notes for two pillars to cover for this live stream today.
Okay.
So I think we can begin with the topic, jump into that now.
Guardian's there. GB's here. He's here this
Oh,
time.
Guardian
He's
is in here. Yep, he is.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Guardian. Welcome to the stream. Where was I? Or where were I?
He wants the link. He's gonna join us.
Okay, yeah. I get that straight away. There you go, Guardian.
And besides, he probably wants to see me, talk to me too. Oh yeah. See, Bacon Dude's here too.
Yeah, Mark popped in. Magic Acres. Yo, I'll pop in a bit. That will be just fine. I am here and ready to learn. Good to see you again, Daryl. Always nice to see you.
Welcome.
Stopping by. He's a great guy. He's a humble guy. And he has a great channel too, by the way. You can learn a lot from him if you want to plan to retire early. So I have some notes, actually. 2 pillars, actually. Hey, Norfolk. Good to see you.
Welcome back. What's going on?
I have 2 pillars to cover for today. The first one is the anatomy of a scout team. And it says in my notes, welcome, Guardian. Good to see you.
What up?
Good evening. What's up,
Whoa.
Hey,
The lighting's
Good to see you.
The lighting. Wow. I mean, I'm so impressed. The lighting's like epic. Like I can see wow, it's just so epic usually.
Because I'm usually in the dark.
Yeah.
No, you usually leave us in the dark. But this time around, you decided to light the way.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys. Hello to everybody in the chat. Nice to see everybody around as well.
What do you think about this evening's topic? The use of scouts and supply run teams.
Yeah, well, somebody like myself that's been around scouting forever, as well, and it's been involved in the movement, and it's actually not just for the scouting movement, but also for the act of scouting as well. It plays such an imperative role in any sort of grouping as well. You need to. So if I can just go on for a minute here, just about this topic specifically, you obviously have to have some sort of. I feel like we're jumping into this topic as well, but there is also the current scenario that everybody's facing, and everybody at the back of their minds is currently thinking, okay, what is this? What is the fossil fuel pricing actually going to, what is really going to occur when it comes down to how badly it's going to impact everybody's lives? People in certain countries are like having, every second day off kind of thing at the moment as well. Some places are like having 4-day work weeks. There's so much going on right now. And I think that, but to answer your question first, when it comes to the way that we have to use logistics within prepping and SHTF for bug out scenarios, for proper SHTF scenarios as well, this current scenario that we're facing and the way that this would likely occur is they may start doing lockdowns on certain areas if there is major shortages. The reason why they do that is because of the type of unrest and the rioting that can ensue because of the lack of stability across society. And as soon as we start heading into scenarios such as this, having the capability to scout out and to actually be not just scout out when there is already an event that's occurred, but rather preemptively, so that you can understand that, like, for the most part, using the current technologies that we've got as well, and using the capability before lockdowns or anything crazy really occurs, to actually go to certain areas and have a basic understanding of where you'd be going to if things really went crazy. And if you had, for example, mass scale riots and unrest, civil unrest, and things really started to go crazy, because people can get very desperate. And you actually want to try and avoid people for the most part. You're going to need a certain community, sure, whichever community size is your preference, that's fine, up to you. Make sure it's people that you trust. But I think that having the capacity to scout correctly, which is always going to involve a certain amount of gear as well. Good boots will take you really far. Making sure you've got those wool socks. Wool socks are really important. Make sure you've got baby powder with you when you're scouting as well. baby powder for your feet and also for some of your gear. You don't want to get a rash while carrying gear as well for scouting, and actually to start getting like a bit of a rash burn. But I could speak extensively on it. What I will say
we
is
know.
it's a
We
good
know.
topic.
We
Oh,
know.
shut up, Stu. I actually get paid. I get paid to talk as a living, bro. So like, it's not even. It's like
Well,
I only have
that's
my
what
career
when
because
you're
I can
here,
talk.
I could listen to GPOA for the rest of the day. You should make
But
an
anyway.
audiobook. You should make an audiobook, dude.
For
Would you
this
listen to this
topic,
slowly, CR?
Oh, I can listen. I can
Go ahead,
sleep to
Shadow.
your voice. Oh, go ahead.
for this topic for today is basically it's when we are in a situation where resources are scarce, okay?
Yes. Yeah.
And I have two pillars for this topic.
Good.
The first pillar is the anatomy of a scout team. Scouting isn't just about moving fast, it's about information. Stealth versus perception, who can see the furthest without being seen. Mobility, high stamina or high speed units that can escape if things go south. Mapping the importance of revealing the fog of war. Well, and then number two is the logistics of the supply run. This is where the heavy lifting happens. You might discuss inventory management, the classic Tetris struggle of fitting loot into a limited bag. Protection, why you usually need a heavy or a guard to babysit the scavengers. Risk versus reward, calculating the cost of the expedition versus the value of the haul. That is those two pillars I have for this topic.
CR, you go ahead.
I was gonna let you go first for this time. I was gonna let you go first.
Well, you can go ahead, Guardian.
I'm forming my what I want to say still. That's why I don't have anything to say yet. I want you guys to go first.
Yeah, I'll give a couple of thoughts here quickly on this. So it's rather intriguing, the questions and the two pillars that you have chosen. I think that when it comes to defensive measures and making sure that you can travel lightly and quickly, being able to be efficient, having yourself ready, be bicycle and cycling fit. There's a difference between being regular fit and cycling fit. You'll find that for people in scouting scenarios, specifically because you need to travel light and you need to travel quick in a lot of ways, cycling can be a really good thing. A lot of people haven't changed a bicycle tire for a long time. Try and do that again. Get back into just understanding just the fundamental, build the muscle memory around that. Have the capacity and capability to repair your chain. Little things like that you don't see. You think, oh, I'll get there, or I'll do it when it comes up down to it. Cycling is a very, very useful function if you can, and if you also prep for that. So making sure that you've got your bicycle repair like kits as well, chain kits as well will help you plenty. Know your way around like a wrench, and cycling is a big thing. So scout with those, and then when it comes to heavier, slower moving groups and formations as well, you always want to make sure that you travel in the dusk or in early dawn. Make sure that you're not on the roads during the day, no matter what. Make sure that you're not on the roads during the day. I cannot over exaggerate, I cannot overemphasize rather how important that's going to be. And then also making sure that consistently in the evenings if you are traveling, that you are traveling with light, and use low light as well, and use light that can't be detected from a distance away. So you'll really have to use every single bit of your capability as a human being to survive in really harsh scenarios. And we might speak about it lightly at times as well, but just absolutely make sure that cornstarch is a good one too. It's definitely, thanks for that, Iron Horse. So I think that for the most part, what happens when we do group movements and when we do tactical training at all, we're always going to implement a smaller, lighter group in the front, and then your regular group as well, which is more stationary, behind that group as well. So it comes down to being very specific in your actions. One mistake can cost you your life, of yourself and your group as well. That's always going to come down to historically what has happened in the past as well with people and communities. One bad mistake, one error of judgment, one person that's losing their SH1T over a scenario. People need to stay level-headed, calm, and very, very focused on what they're doing. You need enough nutrition. You need to not be fatigued. If you're fatigued, your conscious and your cognitive capability will be reduced. So your capacity to actually think functionally in all scenarios will be ruined entirely if you do not have enough sleep. So get enough sleep, stay hydrated enough. Caffeine can be a really good thing when you do need to have a scouting group that needs to be active, alert, and mobile. If you don't keep your eyes consistently peeled around you in scenarios that are in survival settings, that's when people have passed away. That's why I mentioned historically, just look at what people have done the correct way, and look at a lot of people who have survived for a very long time by themselves or in smaller groups and see what they've done. Depending on the region that you're in as well, look at what indigenous people did in the area and how they got through when it came to evading dangers, and follow suit.
You have really good points there, Guardian. I appreciate your opinion. You always have good answers.
I told you and CR and chat that I work with my words for a living. I promise you that.
Well, he's got a way with words. I've said this before, time and time again. I'll say it again. He's got a way with words.
I work in sales, CR. That's what it is. It's because I work in sales.
Well, you know how to sell it to us. Oh my gosh! I swear, Mark's gonna fire me on that.
You would laugh. You would roll on the floor laughing if you've seen the level of boardrooms that I've been in with large organizations across the country. And I really mean it. Like I suit up and I wear a collar, and I usually don't have the moustache and beard going on and stuff like that as well. But I am, when it comes down to it, like a pretty good salesman within my career as well. So I've been doing it for over a decade. And before that, scheduling coordination, which basically meant that I had to communicate consistently between clients and potential candidates for workforces. So yeah, talking is something that I enjoy doing, specifically when it's with nice people like you guys.
Okay, I think now I formed what I want to say now, at least for right now. So just to help everyone paint the story here. So this is a post-collapse, pretty much SHTF type of situation. This is not now, right? This is like
it's not now.
Something very serious has happened, right? And it's kind of more widespread, right? A little bit more, right?
Yeah, we can speak global event when
maybe national, more than regional, right? It's like like many states, let's say, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And it's been going on for a while, right? Okay. And hence why you would need the supplies, because, right, you can only shelter in place so long with your supplies, right? Eventually you will run out, right? Right. So in terms of scouting, whatever it is, like, you're in and out in like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, right? You're quick, right? Because you want to stay low key, right? And you don't want to stay longer than you have to, right? Because every moment you're, let's say, in a building or whatever, you can be discovered or exposed, right? And then if something happens, then it might lead to something more serious or something that you didn't plan for. So you want to be in and out as fast as you can, and maybe someone scouted ahead to that area, so you have an idea of what's there, for example, right? You're not just going there blindfolded, right? It's just like, I heard this. No. Yeah, you don't want to do that. You want to be pretty sure of what, like, hey, we're gonna take this XYZ item for whatever it is, right? Kind of thing. And I know the Guardian said travel light, right? Because obviously, if you're scouting, you're bringing back stuff. Pretty much the only thing maybe you have might be tools and maybe a bottle of water. That's it, pretty much, eh?
Yeah.
Kind of deal, right?
And you want my idea is you have one scouting team. It's one scout team and one supply run team, and the scouting go first. but the supply run team follow you to a certain spot, certain area, and they stay there. And the scouts scout the area, the planned area you want to go to. Then they gather all the information they need, go back to the supply run team and tell them the information you gathered. So let's say if there is a building with you, there is supplies, not much, but supplies. And your scouts notice it's guards patrolling those certain streets, and you have guards on the other side of the street, and you have blockade and barricades on the other side of the street. So you need to plan and give them that information, because you can plan to try to go around them without being seen. But you need to be stealthy too.
Yeah, you want to be in and out as fast as possible. The longer you stay, the more likely you're discovered, right? Because every extra minute you gotta stay means an extra minute that's when or a team or whatever can notice you.
Yeah.
Or hear you, right? I mean.
Also,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, sorry, Sia, go ahead.
No, what I've heard about this is like I said, you want to be in and out as fast as possible, low key, not be noticeable so much, right? And kind of make it look like no one was there at all, right? Like you didn't leave like a trace of that you were there, right? So when possible, right? You're not breaking like things and making a large racket, right? Because I imagine in this situation, right, if there's no vehicles running, let's just say no ambient noise of like say a town or city, right? The noise is different, right? So people might hear, oh, it sounds like someone's trying to like break a door in the distance or something like that, right? Something like that, for example, right? So you want to stay low key in and out as fast as possible, right? And scout ahead, as they say, right?
Also,
I was gonna say
yes,
like you would want to know where you're not enter in and your exit. Like you would plan that all as much as possible, right? As much details or information as possible from someone that scouted ahead. Let's say with binoculars or whatever, be like, there's an entrance on the north-facing side, and I saw an exit, an outdoor exterior door on the south-facing side. We could use as an exit too if our primary, where we entered, we can't get back out, whatever, something like that. So you would know in advance, right? You would know these type of things, right? As much as you can.
So I think you're dead on the money when it comes to that specifically, and I believe that being as quick as you can at a specific location, if you're just scouting or scavenging for resources or pretty much any activity where you don't need to be stationed at that area for too long, I think that being quick in and out can be a good thing. However, I do also believe that if you're approaching a site that it looks like it could be an active location, or it looks like there may be people, like a preferable environment as well to people bugging out there or anything like that, I think that it's important to also approach that specific location extraordinarily slowly and do enough actual scouting. So stay as low key, as low vis as you possibly can. And in that scenario specifically, if you watch a place for long enough, you can learn a lot of things, even if it's from watching a group. It does sound a bit strange for me to say this, but in most scenarios, it will pay to your benefit when it comes to watching the movements and watching and understanding what people are doing from a secluded and disclosed location. So that's always going to be quite important. Breaking in things like this is a very simplistic hoodie, like it's just for, but the coloration that you choose when scouting is going to play in your favor too. Face paints can actually help quite a lot too. There's a reason why militaries across the world implement them into their routines. It can be beneficial. You're not just playing, playing war over here when you're a kid. Like it's legitimate things. You try and find out as much as you possibly can about the group that you are currently observing. And I really mean this when I say that the best that you can possibly do is, if you are watching a specific group, and if they're not, because the best gauge of what they're really about will be when they are coming across another group, because then you're able to see like how they would have potentially been again, like with you as well. So that does take a bit longer at times too, but like infiltration isn't something that's just easily explained as well when it comes to making sure that you can be extremely light and not noticeable whatsoever. But there are a couple of ways in which to make sure that you can just understand and gain as much knowledge as you can about specific groups. And then when you finally actually enter that location, being as quick as you mentioned as well, look out for booby traps if it is a potential bug out location, if the people aren't there at that time, and being kind and like genuine to other people, even when things are really rough, can actually sometimes play to your favor. But don't trust anybody. Trust is a stupid thing when it comes down to it, because everybody is in survival mode in SHTF, and for the most part, people will do you in to benefit themselves or their group if they need to. So you do need to have a fine balance and understand that kindness can actually take you a really far way as well, having compassion for other people, but don't let your guard down by any means. Unfortunately, over here in South Africa, we've already got the second highest. And speaking of South Africa, Nick as well is here in this country, and he'll attest to what I'm saying.
Nick's here?
And it's Nick's joined us as well.
Hey, what up, Nick?
So we here in South Africa already, when it comes to this, the crude oil price increasing as well, and fossil fuels, already South Africa has a destroyed economy. We've got the second highest unemployment rate in the world, and some of the highest crime rates across all fields of crime in the world as well. So when it does come down to this, the crude oil crisis occurring and things kind of falling apart, if it hits South Africa, we're a powder keg. And if you look up and do the research all about my country, I am telling you now 100% that if things go really like rough over here, when it comes to scouting and when it comes to the type of advantages that we're speaking about in these streams, it can be very, very advantageous for a person to just take a pen and paper and also ask the panel questions as well, and ask each other in the chat, engage with each other, do the research. And I don't know how long we've got, but I definitely feel like we're closer right now, and I will stand by this, that we're closer right now than we've ever been, not than ever been, but like for a long time, to an actual SHTF crisis. We're not playing games anymore. We should, if you're going to do your preps, do your final touch-up preps right now. I'm not telling you this to cause fear. I'm telling you this because it's what I believe.
To be proactive.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm not fearful in this scenario either. I'm not being fearful in the least, but I am telling you that right now, get your final preps ready.
And give it a little bit more forethought, right? That way, later on, you don't want to be like, in hindsight, maybe I should have did more, or you're reacting to it later.
Yes.
When there's very little time, right?
That's exactly that, Sierra.
Yeah, right. That's the premise of preparation, right?
Yeah.
In general, right? Is to be proactive as much as
and
possible.
Stay calm.
Not because of fear.
Don't panic.
Because you care. You care for people, your family, your friends, right? Your area, your community, right? So you
enjoy life
in advance. Yeah, that too, right? And you want things to continue like this, not something else happening, right? Yeah.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I love it. I think that everybody that's at home right now, or anybody that's listening to the stream as well, I know that things seem like they could be unsteady. I know that because of the fuel costs as well, people are potentially, anxious, and anxiety and depression are closely linked. So don't allow fear to cause you don't
let fear take the wheel and steer you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you've got to hope for the best, prepare for the worst. That's the best little quotation thing ever. Like, it's really what you should be doing.
Or in my case, I hope for warm, not cold. But I mean, that's a me.
Hey, if it gets really bad, Canada, South Africa is not that far from Canada.
Okay, there. Oh yeah. All the way down there. I mean, from up here,
Yeah. Hey, but that's actually the advantage. If you can make it to somewhere similar to what we have here, you're actually going to be a lot safer. We are very far from all the red zones, if you know what I mean. So in the scale of things actually going a bit south, South Africa is actually a relatively safe place to some degree, but I do give you a stern warning, which is that because we are South African, we're at the coast. If the other routes are taken out, South Africa actually becomes an extremely important trading route across the world. So that could be a combat zone for that specific reason. But I'm not allowed, nor do I want to get into too much more of that.
It's Mike.
Hello. How are we all?
Hey, good evening, Mark.
Stop me.
Guardian. Sorted out my pots and the bedding area and everything today. We're getting there. We're getting there.
That's a good feeling, eh?
Yeah.
That's a
I'm
good
gonna
feeling.
clap.
Yeah.
I'm gonna clap for you.
We need to have that catch up because I need to talk to you about what I can grow vertically. So we will have a catch up soon.
Yeah, whenever you got a time, it doesn't need to be on any stream either. I just want to genuinely pass my knowledge that I've gained within like my lifetime of gardening over to you and give you everything in a nutshell too. I won't make it too lengthy.
Appreciate it. I definitely need to pick your brains. What's the topic tonight?
It's interesting.
The use of scout and supply round teams.
Ah, right. Okay.
I'm going to go grab a coffee quickly while you settle in over here, Mark.
Okay.
Speaker coffee.
Yes. Right. So I assume we're talking after said apocalypse.
Yeah. When resources turned out to be scarce and you need to do supply rounds to check certain areas for supplies, you need a scouting team and you need a supply round team.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Welcome, Bushcraft family.
Lots of considerations there. It's all scenario based, right? So it depends where we're at, right? Because whoever's going out is taking a risk.
Yeah.
So it depends. I mean, are we like 10% of the population left? Is the 90% gone, or is it just chaos on the streets?
Well, I imagine it would be more than a regional type of thing, maybe national or global ed. Some larger scale, right? Where resupply or help isn't really coming from the next state, next province, next country over, so to speak, right? I would see it, that's how I'd see it, in my opinion, anyways.
Yeah. You see it as a collapse of local government and stuff like that. It's interesting. I've been watching that Homestead. They did a series off the back of the film. And without realizing it, it's actually still got the rule of law in place while this is going on. And there's like FEMA on the scene and stuff like that. So it's kind of a weird hybrid situation. So it's a fine line between scouting, scavenging, and looting, right?
Yeah. Looting is a difference between looting and scavenging.
No, is scavenging just looting, but the owner is no longer there?
Well, I mean, it also depends, like, if it's like something that's abandoned, maybe it's a wreck of like a building or whatever, right? Is that really looting or is that more scavenging? If you think about it like that, or is it, oh, this building's intact? Is that considered more looting than scavenging because the building's more intact? If that makes any sense, right? Like the condition of said building or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, it's a weird one because it's all very scenario based. I mean, a locked building means nothing if the rule of law disappeared 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So, exactly. But it's, yeah.
Right. I mean, I think if everyone out there, you gotta take everything with a grain of salt here. Risk versus reward, right? We're not saying do this or do that. Just consider it in the future kind of thing, like if you had to.
I am currently working on this, which is what would most people would recognize as like a joiner's tool belt.
Yeah.
But this is actually going to be my scavenging / scouting kit. So things like I've just finished the wrapping on my crowbar and stuff like that. The keys for getting through locks, the keys for water points, stuff like that.
Is it
And
quiet? Like
What do
when
you
you
mean?
move with it, like because
Yeah. No, it's not a bunch of
because you don't
keys
want to be making
individually
you don't want to be making a bunch of noise too.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's just say you have to run or walk faster, right? Like you don't want to be having keys on your side jingling because you're probably gonna be able to hear that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
especially with
they're all individual, and these are individual leather pouches and stuff. And the idea being these front two would remain empty because they're just pick-up pouches, just drop things in there quickly. I just feel like people have webbing belts and things like that, and it's always like Velcro or it's catches and stuff like that. I did joinery for years. You can drop a bunch of nails in one of those pouches and you're not going to lose them or anything like that. They go deep and the leather holds onto them. So I want to set up a pouch for that. And it would purely be for the purpose of I'm leaving the house for 6 hours and I'm going to get what I can. So I'd have a backpack on, but I don't want that fully loaded of stuff because that needs to be empty for anything I find, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the idea of that is basically a tool belt for access and water and things like that.
So if I may add on to what you're saying there as well, what I've got on now will be extremely useful and helpful when it comes down to these type of scenarios and with what you're doing there as well, Mark. So this type of gear, so it's over my hoodie at the moment, but as you can see, the different capability that it's got with quick nylon access, it's got zippers in it as well, and it's got the capability. I've got 2 of these for different purposes, but the reason for this, why it adds on so nicely to what you're building there, is it expands upon the capability that you've got, so the capacity that you have to bear like a certain amount of load with you, and then you can use that pack that you've got, that side pack. I love moon packs. Moon bags is what we refer to them often over here. And once you get used to using one, it's extraordinarily difficult to actually part with it and to just like do the same kind of activities without having one. So what you've got there on that pack side is brilliant for having a certain amount of gear with you and still being able to like carry a pack. What's also beneficial is you carry an empty bag. So obviously container being one of the 5 C's of survival, a good container can be absolutely incredible when it comes to being able to, so you stack a bag, an empty bag, inside one of your pockets of your vest or of your belt or something. So if you do find something that's obviously an important resource,
water,
you can gather that and like just, quickly strap it on your back or something like that as well. Food forest permaculture. Welcome, Howie. Good to have you.
welcome.
So I'm gonna do a whole video of the loadout. So there's that with a backpack that would be empty that can be used as a pouch. But I've also got 2 dump pouches, which I'll sometimes if I go out walking with the kids, I'll have one, so I can grab berries and fill this dump pouch with berries and stuff like that. So I'd have 2 dump pouches as well. So that's the other part of it. I'll have to balance it to make sure I'm not over encumbered, obviously, because you just don't want to be like stuck trying to get back with too much weight. But I think with moderation, it's a work in progress, but it's definitely a consideration because I'd have to be the one going out. That's the other consideration you have to think of. If you're the sole survivalist or the sole prepper, are you more valuable going out scavenging? Or are you better to be staying at home because you've got all the skill sets, then it's not worth the risk for you going? And then if that's the case, who are you sending instead? And are they able?
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of considerations with it.
So that's a very important aspect. Go ahead, Shadow. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with Mike about that.
So that's
It's
why
important.
community is super important, because if without having like a small group or a mag community, it really becomes a very sticky situation. You're going to land up in a lot of scenarios where you've got to choose: am I going to stay to protect the people that I care about, or am I going to go out there and be able to get actual resources for them? So yeah, it does come down to making sure that you are prepared for those type of scenarios by having a group. A group is a fundamental part of making sure that you can, be safe. And yeah, like-minded people also helps. Food Forest is correct there, Mr. Howie. Absolutely correct on having that as well. And yeah, also I just wanted to little side note, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Alongside
Good to
with
see you.
hey, good to see you, Chef Tech.
Hey, you too. Nice to see
Hey,
everybody.
baking dude.
You want to just quickly, Mark, before doing a little bit of an intro with the Chef Tech as well, because I'd love to hear Chef Tech's thoughts on this too, because I know for a fact that he's got a good amount of input. But I definitely recommend, Mark, that you check out Food Forest Permaculture's content.
I'm on his channel all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you guys should check that out for everything when it comes to like what I'm really into these days as well, like permaculture and food forests.
Add
Food
to the
forest
knowledge.
permaculture
Add to
is a
your
boss.
skills, right?
Yeah,
Add that skill in, right? Add the gardening skill in, right? Do what you
exactly.
can, Mike.
I
Like, I know
actually
you
should
live in a
be up
flat,
in my
but do
garden
what you
right
can.
now, getting the weeds out, getting ready to plant. I'll probably cut out early, do
Lucky
that.
you.
And
Lucky
then tomorrow I'll plant because we're going to be in the 70s here tomorrow.
you. Lucky
Nice.
you. Oh, by the way, that's like 21 Celsius, by the way, 70 Fahrenheit.
Oh,
For
quiet.
everyone else. Like us. Like the rest of us.
I don't speak metric. No, just kidding.
No, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive you, Chef Tech. It's fine.
Actually, I do. Everything in my freeze dryer does get weighed in grams because it is much more accurate than an ounce.
Oh, so you're going to take that back.
Yeah, not cups. Every time I find an American recipe, they're like, "Oh, just use 1.5 cups." I'm like, "What the hell's a cup? I've got 10 different size cups. What's a cup?"
Yeah.
Isn't that
I
like 250
agree.
mil?
Is it a small cup or mid-sized cup, or is it a large cup?
Just
I like to say
milliliters and
I
grams. Simples.
I speak kitchen metric.
Kitchen
Oh,
metric.
a pinch of this, a dash of that.
I know my milliliters and my liters and my grams and my kilograms or kilogram, however you want to say it.
Yeah. Before Mark starts, can we go back to that other comment about the draw tie? Because you had it on the screen, we didn't really mention it, unless you guys typed in side chat about that. That's actually one of the things I actually keep in my go bags now. Is actually a version like that. Not necessarily to scavenge, but just in case I need that extra container, like GP said, right? A container is, one of those things, right? You can bushcraft one, you can maybe find one, but if you already got it, you don't even have to source it out, find it, right? You already got one with you, right? If you needed that, let's just say if you had to get some extra water, right?
Yeah, use
For
like
example.
a zipper bag or something.
Yeah, like just something that can handle what you want to carry, right? Because like something like a draw type bag, maybe even a collapsible bag that can nest or inside, or be packaged inside of it, right? Something like that, you can easily put that in your pocket, right? It doesn't even have to be in your backpack.
There's a much better way. So if you look into...
Of course, after I said it. Oh, there's a better way, by the way. Forget what
what I was going to bring to light, CR, not to shun what you're saying, but to definitely add into what you're saying as well. Industrial grade refuge bags, those black large refuge bags, but there's your regular ones. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So you can get obviously
3, 5, 6 mil, whatever. Yeah,
they're so good.
Yeah,
they're so good. And obviously, compared to a regular refuge bag that you use for your household, that's flimsy and it'll tear obviously way quick. But those contractor and industrial size bags are fantastic, and they're also very light to carry when they're not in use. And then when they are in use, you can pretty much put anything that you want in there. Just
you get a 20. I remember buying a 20-pack box for let's say $10. It's more now, but I spread it out for all my kids, right? That way, I have something like that. Even some of the other channels out there mention about garbage bags or contractor bags because they're very versatile, not that much weight, but they can do a lot.
Stack,
You know, if you need it.
stock some cable ties as well. Like
Yeah.
the top of bin bags, people are used to tying like this. If you get a good quality thick rubble sack, if you tie a knot in that thing, you're gonna have no space at the left. But you can bunch it up, whack a cable tie around, pull it tight. It will stay sealed that way.
Okay.
There are ones, if you look on Takealot or Amazon, depending on where you are, if you actually look on like online shopping as well for a little bit, you can find ones that actually have their like strong grade durable zip locker already. So you can buy that so that it comes like beforehand, so that you have those. Yeah, it is a little bit more costly, but it is worth the extra pennies.
Yeah, you can get zipper ties that actually have a release built into them. So I have a bunch of those. They're not cheap. But they're great if you're putting a zipper tie on something to keep the air out of it, water out, whatever. But it has a release on it. You got to work at it, but it releases it so you can reuse it. Because most zipper ties, you're not reusing it unless you have a little itty bitty tiny pick to try to push that little barb down.
You can even get it in there, and because
Exactly.
sometimes you can't even undo it because it's just you don't have the space for it.
You ruin the satisfaction of that noise when you cut a tight cable tie though. That ping. That's
but sooner or later you're going to run out of cable ties unless you can find a hardware store to pillage.
I've probably got about 1,000 at the moment. So
I don't want to talk about how many I have, but that's another story.
You should pack some bubble wrap to release that to get that same sort of like that sensation that you get. Just pack some bubble wrap as well.
Where did that come
Make
from?
sure you pop those bubbles in a quiet area where you're trying to be silent.
Yeah, I don't mean to pop everyone's bubble here, but remember we're trying to stay low key.
That's
I'm
also
worried about the content of the atmosphere inside those bubbles and where they came from.
COVID bubbles.
Just to quickly ask you guys, it's a rather interesting question, just considering the current temperature globally. Over there on your side, Mark, in the UK, and also on Shtf's side, what are the experiences that you guys have had? And maybe CR and Shadow, you guys can also put your input in on this, and maybe even in the chat section. The current situation regarding the crude oil price, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it's so relevant right now. And I'm just wanting to find out from you guys, have you guys started to see people at least, and maybe making provisions? Has it started to impact the current costing as well of fuel?
This is the only topic going on my Discord at the moment.
Right. Good.
I went past a fuel station today. Bear in mind our price is litres, not gallons. So it was £1.76.9 for a litre per litre of diesel. In the same garage 3 weeks ago, it was £1.54. So it's gone up a good percentage.
Yeah,
now that's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is some of the supermarkets are cheaper, but we've had two people post today, one in Wales, one in Scotland, so opposite ends here, forecourts closed, ran out of diesel, ran out of fuel. They can't get the deliveries in quick enough. As we were coming back, we were passing one of these Tesco's, and I said to her, we'll top it up. And I had a look, and the queues were down the road. And I was like, no, it's not happening. But yes, people are starting to fill jerry cans, buying new jerry cans, filling them up, topping up. But there is a legal limit to store in the UK. I think it's 30 litres or 60 litres. Can't remember off the top of my head. But you can't store more than that legally. So yes, people are making provisions. Yes, people are seeing massive price hikes. My advice is always prep for no fuel, because no matter how much you stock up now, that's still a ticking clock. It's still a ticking clock. So prepare for without. I mean, I literally have just had.
You can have all the stabilizer in the world.
A new solar panel just delivered today. That's what that is there.
Good, Mike.
So, I can't. That wasn't on the budget. That wasn't on the prepping budget. But this has forced that situation.
I understand. So, good on you for doing so.
It's here. Yeah.
Proactive rather than reactive, right? Always.
Gotta be. You gotta be. So yeah.
We've seen our own share of price hikes on the fuel here, which I actually and everybody else finds ludicrous because we don't import any oil from the Mideast. Middle East, whatever. I mean, like 2% of our fuel oil comes from there. The rest we're self-sufficient on. But the reason the prices are going up is because, you know, the big oil companies are the ones that control it. So they just tell everybody around here what to charge for it. And there's no need for it. And everybody's complaining about that. It's like there's no need to really. And our stuff went up. Yeah, we buy by the gallon. So it was best I was paying was $3.09 a gallon about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And now it's $3.70 a gallon. I just filled up. So it went up 70 cents over for a gallon, which I guess is 20%, give or take. And Sierra will give me the exact number on that in about 3.
Well, I was going to say for myself, it went up 30 cents a liter here, personally, right? Yeah. Like I could see it, like literally last month, like a couple of weeks ago, it was like at this price. Now it's 30 cents more, right?
Yeah, but my I bought a newer. I have my Jackery. It's 1,000 watt. I bought a new one here. It's 1,000 watt, but it'll put out 2,000. So instead of a 15 amp plug, it's got a 20 amp plug on it. And I also bought the 2,000 watt battery, extra battery to go with it that plugs into it. That's a Opus or whatever in the States here. And that, and I got 200 watt solar panels at Harbor Freight. They're actually still in the truck. They're in my trailer right now.
Good to see you.
But I have a bunch of solar stuff out of my cabin, currently active. But I have a complete kit out there. It's still in a box inside the cabin. I haven't used that. My wife.
Well, wait! You didn't use it yet?
Oh, well, no. The 2 100 watt ones are here at my house, so I just don't need them right now. I'm not going to set them up in the yard. People are going to be like, "Well, what do you got solar panels for?" But I don't need it. I already charged it up. So, but last night I had the wife. She only keeps up on some of the news just because of the job she has as a nurse. She hears things, but doesn't know if it's good, bad, other, true or false. And but she kind of relies on me, and she knows I'm not going to sit here and talk to her every single day and start to give her all the rundown of what's going on in the world. But last night I gave her a fair rundown on some stuff that's going on, and I didn't want to freak her out, but it kind of did. But she's like, "Well, what about food?" I'm like, I look at her like, "Really, honey, food in this house?" She's like, "Yeah, I know."
Like, did you forget we have a freeze dryer?
Yeah, she knows. And she's like, "What about water?" I'm like, and she's like,
"You got all that freeze dried water cans, right?"
Yeah, I got all that. Yeah. But I told her, I basically told her, I said, "Look, this is why I've been doing this for more than 10 years, not because I'm scared to death of something. I just want to be ready in case something happens. Like we both lose our jobs, you know."
Well, that's my biggest fear
for a short time.
That's my biggest fear with this fuel strike is my job, because I'm a website manager for a travel company.
Oh shit! Yeah, there you go.
5 smaller travel companies have collapsed in the UK in the last 6 months. My team in the department I'm in has lost 4 members of staff over the last year and never re-recruited. The work's just been spread out to less people, you know.
Well, less work, less people. Yeah.
Yeah, and right now, if you think the price of fuel's gone up, you want to see the price of jet fuel.
Yes.
I believe it.
I work from home now for my company, so I don't really worry about it. And I know I'm higher on the tier than most of my team because I came from the field, and there's only 5 of us out of 50 that came from the field, so we're going to be in good shape. But as prices go up for the companies we deal with, you know, they're going to start closing, so there'll be less calls for us. But they're not going to lay us off first because we got the most knowledge. And my wife's a nurse, so she ain't going anywhere. I mean, the hospital's only a mile away from the house.
I'm making steps now to go back towards self-employment. I've got to do it right because I've got kids to feed. I mean, the reason when I was self-employed when I was younger, it was fine because it was just me, right? You save money, but when you live in paycheck to paycheck, self-employed can be risky. So, but I am making steps into that now because I would rather be ready before it forces my hand by going, "Oh, by the way, all of our flights are cancelled. All of our customers have had to cancel their holidays. We've had to refund everyone. You're not getting a paycheck this month," because that's the step I see happening.
Yeah, I worry about a lot of people in that position. I worry more about other countries because, you know, most of your fuel and supplies and that come from the Middle East. You know, not all of ours is. We get fertilizer, stuff like that. Yeah, that's a problem. Price of fuel, it's going to go up. It should go back down again only because we have more oil wells here than other countries do, but nobody talks about that. And everybody thinks it's just a bunch of offshore oil rigs pumping like 1 million barrels a week. No, there's a whole lot more than that in this whole country. Google Earth is like very telling. But
we don't get loads from through the Strait of Hormuz. It's not like our main source. It's a minority, but it's a knock-on effect, right? If China's suffering, if Japan's suffering, if the East is suffering, they're going to want to pay more to get the fuel that potentially we were getting. And then obviously that's just a knock-on effect, and that puts the price of the barrel up, which puts the prices up everywhere. And you will see price gouging by these people as well. The prices were going up on the pump.
Here with the price of fuel. There's no reason for it to go up. They just raised it because
they've got an excuse to. That's the thing. Yeah, that's the same here.
So just to double down on what you guys are saying, I think that it's important for us to ask ourselves if all of this is perhaps not by design. And the reason why I ask that is because of the CV-19 situation got us real comfortable with staying at home. And now this situation is getting us even more comfortable with staying at home directly, like afterwards. It's I don't know.
That 15-minute cities.
Yeah, exactly. You'll own nothing and be happy as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, and they've even talked right now. I think it was the International Energy, whatever it is. They've made suggestions of work from home if you can. And where have we heard them phrases before during the C19
3-day work weeks instead of 5-day work weeks? You know, that's
the other one. The one they've done here is what they're talking about doing here as well is reducing the motorway speeds to 50 miles an hour from 70. So I do a 2-hour commute. So you can imagine that's going to add to my commute. Also, her family's in Scotland. That's 2 or 3 hours. You do that at 50 miles an hour. I'm more likely to die of falling asleep than I am of a high-speed crash. It's
don't forget
ridiculous.
The coffee.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm off caffeine.
Or the tea. Maybe it's tea. I don't know.
Like Mike's saying, that the trickle-down effect is going to be catastrophic worldwide. Price of fuel goes up, price of energy goes up, everything goes up. It follows. It all follows.
What was the phrase somebody said on mine the other day? If it's not made by God, it was made by oil, or it's connected to oil, basically. So
solar panels weren't made from solar panels. Solar panels were made because of petroleum or energy of some sort, but you didn't have a solar panel to make the first solar panel.
Oils make plastics and stuff like that. It's all interconnected massively, and everyone's talking more about the fuel than they are about the fertilizer, and the fertilizer is a bigger hit. Yeah, because a lot of fertilizer comes through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's huge for you look at that just-in-time delivery system. You suddenly cut off the farms. I know we're trying to kill our farms in the UK anyway, but that's a political issue we'll talk about another day.
Same here in the States.
As soon as
and South Africa too.
You stop producing for one season, them supermarkets are going to be empty very, very quickly.
Yep.
And mainstream, I don't know what mainstream media is like where you guys are. Here, it's usually we don't say anything until like the meteorite's in sight of you. Then we'll tell you there's a meteorite. But even now, they've started talking about this on the mainstream media. Even the government-sponsored BBC, the biased broadcast company.
Yeah, have 3 days worth of food. Have 5 days worth of food. And they're telling you to go out and get a little bit of stuff now, but that just tells the rest of the world, go out and ravage everything, buy all the toilet paper you can.
Exactly. They've used the words. Yeah. They've used the words petrol rationing, and they've used the words food supply. So that's in the mainstream media. So what does that do instantly? All the non-preppers suddenly go to the shop.
I need more TV, guys.
Like I bought a 55-gallon drum full. Oh, I had the drum, filled it up with an off-road diesel for my tractor. That lives out at the cabin. Yeah, it's 3 years old now, or 2.5, 3 years old. But I keep it topped up, and I keep the anti-algae, all that stuff in there. But that's for my tractor. It's off-road diesel. I don't have a vehicle that runs on diesel, so everything else is gas. But
I must ask as well, Chef Tech, did you see the comment there about Birmingham? Are you aware of what happened in Birmingham today, Chef?
Birmingham, where? Birmingham in England?
I think he's
somebody in the comments was mentioning that. Shadow, I don't know if you want to bring up that last comment that pinned. Apparently there was something large that happened in Birmingham as well.
Leanne Mack mentioned it. I have no idea. I'm guessing. I don't know if that's Alabama. She's got Leanne has a British flag, so I'm guessing it's Birmingham.
Good to see
you guys. I can look quick.
2 dead and 3 seriously injured in 24 hours on West Midlands roads. What's going on?
Is that in
there?
Birmingham, UK?
Yeah. United Kingdom, yeah.
I'm not sure what's going on.
What's up, by the way, Alan? World Survivalist, good to see you.
Fill me in, Leanne. What subject are we talking about? There's also a giant Eid celebration that happened there, so I don't know if it's something to do with that.
In New York as well.
Mark's trying to is telling you what the panic buyers will buy. They will all buy the TP for my bunghole.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I don't see anything on my side of the pond here for Birmingham, UK. Nothing. But they're good. But the news is good at that. They like to not give. They don't give the local people the news. They give the distance people the news. So it doesn't seem as bad.
It's man on suspicion of. I can't find it. They must be hiding it, Leanne, but yeah, it's a zombie knife thing. Have you heard that we're getting our crossbow ban in now?
Of course you are.
So they're disarming us even further.
Yeah.
Because of the recent attacks, and stuff like that.
There,
right? Like a handful of people in the last 10 years have used a crossbow for something malicious. If you're going to ban crossbows for that reason, you need to ban kitchen knives, cars, fists, iron bars, sticks,
pencils,
bricks, pencils.
Look at what happened in Iran. I mean, they took away all their right to bear arms, so to speak, over there 40 years ago. And that's why they're in a position they are now.
Luckily, on the top shelf there, I've just got my repeating crossbow. So, and the bolts arrive.
Can you repeat that again? No.
The thing is, they're not going to ban them. I think they're going to go way down the licensing route. So it'll be like having a firearm. So technically, people who already own
registered, it's got to be registered or something like that.
Yeah. Every bolt has to have a serial number on it. Yeah.
I'm not sitting carving serial numbers into my bolts. I might carve a few people's names into them, but
nice.
There'll be a serial number on the dart too.
They hide particular crimes from UK news as long as they can. Yeah, you're right. It was taken down by public, seen on British stand. There you go. That's the thing is, so we are on the reason we don't see in the mainstream media here is because we're on a tipping point here at the moment. It's everything's on a match head. The fuse is tiny, and we had that incident in Southport
for about 8-10 years now.
Yeah, well, we had that incident in Southport, and then there was riots.
A little heavier on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, there was riots countrywide after Southport. One more incident like that, and yeah, I'm in a terrible area for this because I'm in an urban area near a big multicultural city, so it's fun. Yeah. It's
exactly. Don't start telling people about all the things you have when we can see your face and see everything else, and everybody knows where you're at. Don't do that.
Operational security, Mike. Come on, dude.
I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine. I won't be here. I am. My bug out is now my plan because of the location I'm in. Yeah, okay. People don't know. I mean, I can tell you, I'm Manchester. That's like 3 million people. So good luck finding just me.
Hey, look, guys! I found Mike. He's over there.
Yeah, it's not the type of scenario that you want to play out in if there's actually like a fuel crisis that you're dealing with. The whole chance of social unrest increases dramatically. So you're sitting with, a situation, and people that are desperate obviously act desperately and act out of desperation. And as soon as people start seeing like an actual SHTF, the people that are used to just doom scrolling on social media and that as well, and they somehow desensitized to a point. They really just lose like all control of their actions as well. and it's unfortunate, but it just comes down to conditioning as well, being around environments. And unfortunately, I've definitely seen that people, like even with the scenario that's ahead of us potentially, people seem extremely sedated. It's almost like the masses are just
complacent,
completely numb to anything.
Still hypnotized, and just figure, everything will be fine. It's just a temporary setback.
Complacency.
Yeah, that's the worrisome part, because those are the ones that are going to freak out at the last minute. And
would you not expect the normalcy bias to be less after we all went through the C19 times? It seems to be worse.
Right.
It seems to be worse.
I know. You just mentioned my favorite word, my favorite phrase.
And the way you did it before, we were fine coming out of that. It might be a setback for a year or so. We'll be fine.
I can't remember who told me. Somebody said it on one of the streams. I'm sure they did, but it was a social media influencer, like a TikTok girl or something like that. Told her followers, "There's no reason to panic. I always put £20 in my car, and this morning I went and put £20 in as well. It's exactly the same."
Yeah, no. There's an ocean of that thinking.
Yeah, the 20 pounds doesn't change. It's what you get for that 20 pounds that's constantly going down.
But you can't teach idiots. I mean, it's just...
No. You can't fix stupid. You can only euthanize it.
It's
my daughter
not just that. There's like a whole bunch of other situations as well where I've just seen people be extremely there's no other way to say it than like sheepified, like it just completely just lethargic about a scenario where they don't seem to worry whatsoever about impending doom. And I was actually
complacent.
it is. It is a big part of it.
They're complacent to that things will never change. Everything will stay the same, right? Unfortunately, that's not how the world goes at times, right?
People are fearful of change. That's a whole other thing as well. Inherently, people are afraid of change.
Not just fearful of change,
really
but fearful of the change that they don't understand, they don't know about, don't see coming.
I mean, people are beyond complacent. The comment I got in a video the other day baffled me. All right, I've had the comments before where if I've done a video about nuclear war, people have said, "Oh well, I wouldn't want to survive it." All right, you understand that nuclear radiation, devastation, stuff like that. This video was about blackouts, so about rolling, scheduled blackouts, so we could have no power for 2 or 3 hours. And it was talking about having torches and the very basic things to warm food and stuff like that. Somebody commented on that going, "If I ever needed this stuff desperately, it's not a world I want to live in." I'm like, a torch and a gas cooker? How pampered are you?
Obviously they're running low on Prozac or something.
Clearly.
I mean, yeah, I hate to be, and I never wish.
Hurts my mind.
I never wish for anything.
My head now. That hurts my head.
I never wish for anything. All right, I never wish for anything bad to happen. I always hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However, part of me does think if we had a small version of SHTF for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the reality checks might be worth it just alone. If we had no power for a week through a hack or something like that, it might wake a lot of people up. It might be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah,
I would think so. But after CV19, it changed nothing. You would think so. You'd think that you would think so, like a power outage over the course of a week or something like that. Unfortunately, even here locally, where we've been experiencing a vast amount of blackouts for many, many years, we had 2 decades of blackouts, like really intense blackouts, sometimes 3 times a day, where the power goes off for like 3 hours at each interval. And so you have power for 3 hours, and then the power goes off for like another 3, and then it comes on for 4, and then it goes off for another 3. It's so interruptive to businesses or anything like that as well. And it's just, even through those scenarios, people fortunately are a bit more prepared for that type of thing as well, because of investing in inverters and solar panels and that type of thing too. But realistically, it's just, people don't give a damn about it until it comes up. And some people actually have the mentality that they will just, if things get really bad, they'll just grab a couple of things and go. It's because of like everybody in this generation and like around our generation was raised off of like movies and shows and like murder shows and criminal like investigations and that type of thing. So everybody feels like nothing shocks them anymore because they've been exposed to everything. And we're living in one of the first generations of our planet's existence where people are consistently fed with like violence and like all the things that would make a person shocked. So these days we're almost like, okay, like, you know, it's almost like nothing phases us. The Epstein files occurred and nothing is done about it. Like there aren't protests in the streets. There's no, like, what are we doing? If that's the leadership of our world, are we that blind to it?
Did you see what the UK passed this week? Clive just mentioned it.
Oh no.
Abortions up until birth.
No, they did that in Virginia too.
42 weeks and you can still have an abortion. Each to their own, but I don't agree with it massively.
So this specific topic, the reason why, and I'll say what I've always said on this specific topic too, is that because I'm a guy, like I don't deal in topics that aren't like, you know, directly correlated to myself. So because that's genuinely how I see it, and I understand that it is extremely sensitive of a topic too. But because I have a wife and I've got, like, you know, I won't mention too much about my family, but I have females within my family as well that I care for dearly, obviously. And I think that when it comes to this type of scenario, a person has to just respect other people's opinions, and it is dark as well, because what is happening is, for myself, I would never condone or advocate for that to occur, but because I'm a guy and it's not my reality that I live, the reality of the woman in this world and in the modern day, I would really like not enjoy the fact that women are where they're at too.
The laws have allowed for it in this country for a long time. Pro-choice. Yeah. They've got pills, they've got the options, they've got stuff like that. Changing it to up to 42 weeks is ridiculous. Who for 41 weeks wanted a baby, then decided on the 42nd week, actually, I don't.
You see, my true feelings on the matter is that I want to preserve life and I respect life, and I think that life begins upon conception, and I really do believe that. So those are my beliefs. So because they're my personal beliefs, I would always advocate and recommend for a person to do what I would believe to do is the right thing. But at the same time, my right thing, unfortunately, isn't always exactly everybody else's right thing. So, like, it is a very, very difficult topic, and I think that when it comes down to, if I can just, I'll just close up on this. Sorry, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it as well. Yeah. But I've got to say, out of respect, though, that I do think that life is precious and life should be protected, and I do stand on that standpoint. But I'm also very, very cautious and careful to pass judgment on people that are not myself, let alone a different gender to myself or culture or religion.
Yeah, I agree, and I couldn't have said it better. But yeah, it feels like another one of those things. Is it's I suppose what I'm getting at with that point is not so much that issue, because that issue we could probably do a whole 4 hours talking about it, right? It's the fact that while all this is going on, look what's passing under the radar. Because we've not had protests about it. It's not been in the mainstream media as much as it should have. If that had happened, if they'd have passed that law during peace times, during something else not happening, there'd have been people up in arms about it. There'd have been people kicking off about it, all sorts. But it's a good time right now for governments to go, let's just push that law through. Oh, we'll do that crossbow ban. Oh, I tell you what, let's ban hunting knives. I tell you what, let's ban fishing rods over a certain length. Whatever they decide to do next, this is the time they're going to push it all through. So just be careful.
They're going to ban prepper podcasts. Prepper podcasts. That's what they're going to do. We're out here firing truth bombs all over the place. then what will I do with my weekends? I'll have to drink more.
You'll have the disinformation police showing up at your door here shortly.
Absolutely.
That's concerning over there for the UK, that you guys actually, I know that happened last week. There was a gentleman that was climbing off a plane and they apprehended him just for making a social media post. So I think it's so scary in the UK where you guys are right now. Like, there's certain weird laws here locally too, but not like that. They're not going so heavily after anybody, even on like Facebook, social media posts. It's crazy.
So there's a very specific criteria. There's a very specific criteria with it, right? So we do pretty well. Like Alan comes on the fireside and we talk on here, and we're quite happy to say our government are all useless assholes. And I don't think my door's going to get kicked in or anything. Just make sure.
Today.
But if I turn around and incite violence against them, if I turn around and push people to go and do an event against the government, that's what gets the police knocking on my door. If I say, oh, CR's an asshole for all his stupid jokes and he should be shot, then that's inciting violence against CR.
You're not the first one that said that. You're not the first one that said that.
CR's out number 5 here. We're all on the same side, Mike. Just kidding.
Yeah. So I mean, we talk about the political issues and stuff, and we're kind of happy to voice our opinions and stuff. As long as we don't incite violence, don't promote any sort of activist groups that are on a list, we're okay. We're all right. It's not as bad as people realize. It's just because you've got this whole rise up mentality of the far right in the UK at the moment, and then the rise up mentality of the far left. It's that telling people to rise up and do things, which gets you in hot water. That's what I'd say.
The laws in Scotland are a little bit more stricter than they are in England as well. It's like Mike says, you can criticise the government to an extent, and inciting violence was actually always a crime. So there's nothing new about that. One of the problems we had in Scotland, which went all the way to this, the European Court of Human Rights, I think, was it was a crime for somebody to feel any kind of fear or distress, a person, even if you're not directly speaking to them. So if you were to say a statement like, a man can't be a woman, that could cause some sort of distress to an entire group of people, therefore you've committed a crime. In Scotland's eyes, I've committed a crime just by saying that. Well, a couple of years ago I would have done, but they went to the High Court and they said that's nonsense, you can't do that. And 12,000 people have been arrested in the UK for Facebook posts and retweets. Not even just writing stupid things on Twitter, but reposting something that somebody else has said in another country has landed.
Or hitting the like button. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, very, very few people actually get taken to court and convicted in this country for those kind of crimes. The only people who genuinely do are usually the ones that are out there, the absolute crazy people talking about killing all of some sort of group or something. But that doesn't stop the police still investigating you, taking you into a police station, searching your property, looking through your bookshelf, which we had a famous case of. Proper crazy 1984 type style stuff. And the way the government and the UK reacts to it is they simply just deny it's true. They just literally say, oh, it doesn't happen, you've got free speech. You haven't got free speech. No. If I openly say something and then you come and arrest me for it, that's not free speech. That's literally
we don't have free speech. We have freedom of expression with conditions. That's what we have. We have, if you read the laws, we have freedom of expression with conditions, and them conditions are, like Alan said, not causing anyone distress.
Yeah, but so
I
broad,
could tell you the sky's
anybody.
Blue. I could tell you the sky's blue, Alan, and you might be a purple sky fanatic. So then you really
which I am.
By it.
I am deeply offended by that.
And the earth is flat. Don't offend me.
Yeah. There's a whole group of us who you've offended now. But
listen, you can't go to France because of who you've offended.
That's true. Who would want to?
I don't even think they speak French there anymore, but that's besides the point.
Yeah.
And here we are.
France has good food and good sites.
Scouting out supply run teams.
Supplies, yeah, let's
looting versus scavenging versus trading for supplies. I guess it all depends how far along into the event we are or you are. That's if it just happened, there's going to be a lot of looting and stealing and scavenging going on. Later down the road, maybe a month or two, you might be able to start scouting out places where some other people gather with security to trade, barter with their supplies for your supplies. I mean, that might come around at some point. It probably will, not right away. Right away, it's going to be, especially the way the environment is around here. It'll be every man for themselves for at least a month or so. And that's the ugly part right there is the first trimester of an event, depending on how long it is.
The point of what we do is to not be part of that, right?
Right.
We want to prep enough to, if we're going out to the point of scouting and scavenging, hopefully it's the 90% in 90 days situation where the people we're going to come across are either also survivalists or happen to have done well in a gang or a community or something like that. Or, and it's going to be a lot less people there. A lot less people fighting over the beans in Aldi kind of thing. So
yeah, if you can find them at that point, it also depends on where the population type of where you live. Are you in a city? Are you in the suburbs surrounding a city? Are you out in the country? Not a lot of people are out in the country where your nearest neighbor is a half a mile or a kilometer away, and you can barely see their house. But you can tell
there's no gas.
Yeah. And at that point, you're not going to be walking 50 miles or 50 kilometers to go look for a couple gallons of gasoline. That'll be gone by then.
So I think you guys. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, just to add in a few things in here. So just to kind of keep us on topic here, like Mark here, and try to scavenge what we have here still. We're going too far down the rabbit hole. So in this type of situation, right, if we prepare in advance, we don't actually have to scavenge right away, right? Which means that the people that don't have stuff are scavenging early, I guess, right? In that heat of the moment, right? Let's just say a month in, whatever, right? So we're trying to, if we have to scavenge, we're scavenging after it kind of, it's less chaotic, I guess, right? Is this kind of what we're going about, right? So that way we're in that crowd, the mass crowd that's doing it all at the same time within a couple of days or weeks or whatever. We're waiting for a better opportunity if we have to.
See, my thinking would be that even if you're the best prepper in the world and you've got a year's worth of food and supplies and everything you could possibly want in a bunker, you should still be out there scavenging right from day one. You should still be out in the food queues, seeing what's going on and getting what you can. One, because that pushes you forward even more.
Yep.
Okay.
But also, it gives you ground proof of what's going on.
I'd agree with you in rule of law. If it was like shortages and you can go to the shop and you've got ration books, I would still be collecting all of that. I'd still be getting as much as I could of that, living off everything day to day like you do anyway. But if it was chaos, if I was seeing, every food queue there is, it turns into a riot and 6 people have been stabbed for a can of beans, then it's suddenly risk versus reward, right? If I've got a year's worth of food, why would I put me or any of my family in that situation?
Right.
So it's all about reading the room in that case, I would say.
Yeah,
well, the other part of that, we brought this up I think this was got to be like 6 months ago. We talked about similar stuff. My theory always was, my wife knows it too, if for some reason there are food lines, and there's going to be some violence or that depending on the situation, your best choice is to get on the food line. Because then everybody that recognizes you sees you on the same line as them. They don't sit there for 3 weeks and go, I haven't seen Mike.
You don't look different.
I wonder how much food he's got at the house. Forget the food line. I'm going, let's next time we see Mike out and about, let's trail him back home. There's a scouting party going after you.
Oh, I meant the food line. I'm just stood up the side eating Mars bars going, ha, 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 ha.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? I mean, you could become a target if you're not part of the herd, so to speak. So you don't want to pretend to be part of the herd and complain and do all the same kind of complaining everybody else is doing, even though you know full well you got 2 years worth of stockpiles at your house, but you'd rather be online saying you don't, and I'm waiting in food. Oh my God, I can't believe we're only getting a stick of butter this week and not 2 sticks. And how come there's no rice? And oh my God, what am I going to do with no rice? You complain like everybody else does. You just become, that's where you technically become a gray man, but not gray, a white gray man, where you're in the crowd, you're doing the same as everybody else. So nobody pays attention to you.
I mean, the other school of thought is nobody knows me around here anyway. It's not like a small community. So me not being present. I wasn't
specifically targeting you, Mike. You know
No, I know, but I'm just saying it depends on people's situations. Me not being present in a food line is not going to stir up anything. People going, oh, he must have loads of food, because they don't know if I'm leaving or doing it.
No, I'm not talking about strangers in that. I'm just talking people that you would normally, if these food lines are just for localized areas with certain addresses and certain blocks, where if you live in this area, you will go to food line A. You will go to B, C, D. They'll just give you the names of the schools.
If 3 of my neighbors are in that same line, kind of thing. Yeah,
right. Yeah. So you're going to go. Just go. And
I would, as long as peacetime's allowed. But the ethical side of that is, is it better to not do that and the food go to other people, or do I go in that food line, then go and knock on my neighbor's door, going, I don't need this extra butter. Do you want it?
It depends on how you know your neighbor. If you don't know your neighbor, you're not going to knock on a random door and say, hey, I don't need this, as you go across the street and go in your front door.
Also, quickly,
or use the food to barter with.
Yeah. Before I go, I've got 3% left on my phone at the moment, and I've been on the live from my phone. So if you just grant me like a minute just to touch on something, just give me a second, just wait, see ya. So if I can just have like just 1 minute quickly to explain something that my entire life, all throughout our city and all throughout the country, every single day that the refuge is put out, a vast amount of people flog the streets. That's always what happens, and they're basically looking for resources from people that have thrown away their garbage. That's the poverty that I've grown up with here in South Africa for the last 40 years. So when it does come down to the way that people scavenge, there are no real food lines in terms of actual food lines compared to the amount of masses, and it's just propagated by the government, and they've put in laws to actually encourage people to have more children, even though the government and the economy can't sustain what is currently existent, and they're now offering grants. So it slowly moves towards a more socialist kind of environment. The point that I wanted to make about these guys that are going every single week, and they all go out in the streets, sometimes ladies as well, and they'll go through the people's rubbish bags because they're that desperate for like any sustainability. Not just that, but if you look at like more dire scenarios, and you guys are speaking about each of us have unique specific environments and things to deal with, right? The difference is that over here in South Africa, when it comes down to the amounts, if you do some Google Earthing and go over South Africa, you can see that there's a vast amount of the population that still live in shanty towns, that still live in what we call locations, that still live in very impoverished kind of environments where we are genuinely a ticking time bomb, more than any of you guys in your first world countries could ever realize. And I've never spoken about this because I don't want to be like, oh, woe is me, I live in a third world country. But the fact is that we are really, really suffering over here in South Africa. And like, even though people might not ever really understand what another person really has to go through because of that, like, it is very interesting to see that from a scavenging, a scouting, a SHTF type scenario, and with the current crude oil price, and I'm almost done, with the current crude oil price that we're experiencing, how close we are to really like just completely going like balls up. And I'm going to close with this quickly and say this, that even though I'm mentioning that it's from South Africa and whatever, and people don't really give a shit, like I will tell you that like throughout my life, I've definitely seen a vast amount of scavenging and people in very, very bad situations. So what I will say to you now, at this time of our lives where the fuel price is likely to go up globally, and it's going to have impacts that we can't even really like understand at this point, I will say that we need to be extremely careful in terms of the last day's prepping that we're doing. Make sure that you're as prepped as possible with all those final things that you want to do, and make sure that you also keep an open mind and that you're like not living in fear, as we mentioned earlier, CR and I, but that you're not living in fear, but you're also living with just a certain amount of understanding that things could change really, really quickly overnight, almost at this point, and just be safe out there, folks. South Africa is way worse than you guys could ever realize. I think that if you lived here for a year, you'd have a culture shock and see things that you would never imagine. But what I'm going to say just before I go here is just stay safe out there. Learn what you can and can't eat in your environment that you're in. That's going to be extremely important, to learn what you can and can't eat, learn how to filtrate water, learn how to build shelters, be good with your neighbors, because you never know like when you need them. But anyway, you stay safe out there, everybody. It's all for me. I'm just saying that, God damn it, South Africa is such a hellhole. Anyway, bye-bye.
Guardian, just before you go.
Take care, Guardian.
just before you go, I've been following the thing in South Africa to do with the water shortages and the way some people are taking advantage of that over there. I don't know if that's affecting where you live, but I'm seeing things with the water shortages. There's a so-called water mafia who are exploiting water tankers and selling that water to impoverished people when it should be free and things like that. So that's goes a long way into what you're talking about there as well. People do give a shit, by the way. I've been following closely, what's going on in South Africa, because to me that's the canary and the coal mine of what can happen in the world. Europe just 80 years ago completely collapsed, and it could happen again. And to my mind, it will happen one day. So it's not a case of being too comfortable in first world countries. I think all of us are preppers because we're not comfortable and we know these things can happen. But yeah, I've been following the water thing that's happening in South Africa just now.
You're extremely unique. You're extremely unique by actually doing that. I'm just letting you know. It's not something that is commonly done across the world. And I'm not saying, oh, woe is me, I'm in the third world, you guys are in first world. I'm grateful. I'm not jealous of you guys. I'm grateful that you guys are where you are. And I'm grateful for the lessons that being in this country for the last 40 years has taught me. It's made me an extraordinarily resilient person in some ways. And I love you guys to bits, all five of you. I really do have a lot of respect and time for you guys. And I mean it when I say that. I actually love this community, and that's why I spend my Saturday evenings here chatting to you guys. So what I will say closing off is that it's given me there's so much that I can't talk about, and there's so much that I've seen throughout my life that has taught me to be stronger. But anyway, you guys look after yourselves and keep each other company. I will see you very soon. Goodbye for now.
I'll see you later.
Take care.
Vanessa has a question here. When you say scouting resources, what resources and how are you procuring such?
What resources? It depends on your present situation, right? I mean, if I've stocked 2 years worth of food and 3 days worth of water, I'm going to be scavenging water and vice versa. So it would all depend on what. If I'm fully prepared, when it comes to the point of scavenging, I would be looking mainly for medical and clean food and water. That would be. I don't see the point in going out and getting a 42-inch TV from Curry's or anything like that, like you see in the looting, or new shoes from Clark's. It's going to be
not wants, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Consumables like water, fuel, food, right? Education,
stuff like that. Lots of people, when they think about resources, they kind of only think about the water and the food and stuff like that. But I mean, keeping
batteries, building supplies depends on what you need.
Yeah. I mean, building supplies. I mean, keeping your thermability, your core body temperature to an optimum temperature is the number one priority in survival. Most people die of exposure. They don't die of hunger. Yeah. So I'm not just talking about clothing. It could simply be something along the lines of, imagine everything went away tomorrow where I'm at just now in this country, and I was in an absolute dire survival situation. The thing about the house that I live in, it was built in the 30s, and it's not that well thermally insulated, and it's got high ceilings. Switch off the power and the electricity, suddenly this becomes a moisture-ridden, moldy, freezing cold, horrible place to dwell. Yeah, so what I'm going to be out scavenging and looking for resources are things to make my living environment better. So that could be polythene in order to seal up certain areas. That could be some sort of thermal blankets. That could be, some other resource, wood, nails, tools, all these kind of things that you think that you can do without because you don't interact with it very often. I mean, when was the last time anybody paid any attention to adding thermal layers to their house? Unless you're getting some building work done, it's not a very common thing. So I'm not concerned about water.
Not to the house, but personally, anyways, in my case.
Yeah, or a pair of boots. I mean, you'd be amazed how many people, if everything went down tomorrow, would quickly realize that they have no footwear in their house that will last more than a month outdoors.
I mean, this is the things that you've got to consider when you're prepping as well. We say food, water, and medical as the essentials, right? But when it comes to the core of prepping, warmth is one of those core values. Yeah, and I'm constantly banging on about getting wool blankets, 100% wool, 90% wool, whatever you can, getting wool blankets. Having a crappy tent right? I'm good at crappy tents. We know this. All right. But having a small little dorm tent that you can erect inside the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you and your partner, you and your family inside that tent, the body heat, and you will keep each other warm naturally. Trying to heat a high ceiling house, like Alan says. People constantly talk about these diesel heaters and log burners. And I'd love a log burner. I'm in a rented property. It's not an option. But if you haven't got these options, it's so much easier to heat a person than it is to heat a room.
Yes, exactly, right? And if you're low on fuel or the consumables are down, right, you're going to have to go back to kind of like keeping people warm, passive heat retention, right? The tent, the lower ceiling, right? People gathering together in terms of keeping the area warmer, right? Like, this is why I'm a big proponent lately more and more about like the shelter and the cover elements, right? Because exposure is like serious too, right? you know, especially if it's extremely cold or extremely hot, right? It's gonna wear you down faster than dehydration or starving, right?
Yeah,
it's gonna wear you down.
Yeah. It's the same with going outdoors, though, right, Alan? Because we constantly come across these people that are just going to bug out to the islands, right?
Yeah. I mean, and it's because they don't understand exposure. It's because they don't understand long-term exposure to environments. And people think exposure just means being out on a chilly day or a cold day or a rainy day, and they can protect themselves from that particular weather event that's taking place there and then. What they're not thinking about is things like long-term build-up of moisture within your clothing, which is a very real problem, especially in very cold environments like Canada, where you can't remove the moisture from your clothing if you're in an environment where there's no evaporation going on. Your body heat alone won't be enough, and eventually all you're going to do is put body oils and moisture into your clothing.
Oh, yeah, your insulation will saturate, right?
And it will eventually fail. It will wet out. That's what will happen. It might take a month.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
It might take 2 months, but it's a real thing. That's why people can't, just live in the Arctic without a heat source. They can't just layer up and hope for the best for their own thermal regularity, because they need an external heat source in order to dry that stuff out. And that becomes a real issue over time. And it's the same with people who live on the streets. Eventually, the dirt and the grime that builds up in the materials and the clothing that they have removes the properties that insulation is providing them. And they have to do something about it. Eventually, it gets to a point where they have to replace that or wash that or clean that out. And that's a lot harder than people think. I mean, have you ever tried to actually wash and dry a full set of clothing in winter in Scotland in the woods? I have. And I've done it because I've tried to see what it's actually like. And I tell you, it's hard. Try putting wet clothes out in your washing line in October. It's going to take days for it to dry, days. And if you only have one pair of clothing because you've bugged out to the woods, you're going to freeze to death. And you can actually die from the cold in your house. It doesn't matter. It doesn't take extreme environments for this to happen eventually. And these are the long-term survivability. It's not survival, it's survivability. Survival is just what you do to get from one point to another point. Survivability is the long-term aspect of survival. That's where the skill comes into it.
People have that normalcy bias that we talked about with their houses, though, right, Alan? Because they've always had heating, so it's always been warm. So they think a prolonged period without heating or electricity, they're still in a warm house.
Yeah, it's a microclimate.
48 hours without power here, and it was the same temperature outside. It probably felt a bit warmer outside.
No, your homes don't equalize to the outdoor environment without that input of HVAC, right? Like heat or cold, right? It will equalize to the outdoor environment in time.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you like set this up in advance where it's like you have, let's say, thermal mass or something like that to help you along. But I mean, usually with buildings, these are designed to be cheap, effective in terms of, and pumped in with like HVAC, right? With heat or cold. They're not meant to be like lived in without those things, right? Because it starts like right now, like for me, it's about 0 degrees outside. Without the heat source in here right now, the temperature would fall down to close to the freezing mark.
So basically, what you're saying is your supply run would include firewood, heating stuff. I'm just trying to push this back. We keep going way off the rails.
Sorry. Yeah. I know. I kind of remember what we were talking about. Yeah.
We're scavenging supplies to keep our house warm, so it's on topic. It's all right.
Yeah, scavenge for a
tent.
Okay. You put in your living room. I got it. I get you.
Yeah, maybe some insulation.
I've thought. I don't know if anyone else has thought about this, but I've thought about how I could modify. I can't have a log burner. It's a rented property. I've mentioned that.
Of course.
But if it was SHTF and this is where I am, I've looked at how easily I could modify to put like a camp log burner in the house and pipe that outside kind of thing. So I've looked into this. It's kind of things that, but that would involve scavenging, I think, at the time, because I don't have a log burner. I don't stockpile wood, obviously. I live in an urban environment. Once the 2 trees that I can see from my property have been cut down and used, there's not many for a while. So.
And now you're looking at furniture, pallets, garbage, whatever you can burn to keep warm.
Neighbors.
I mean, a huge, you got to dry them out first.
a huge part of the going out and looking for resources would be the scouting missions. I mean, if I was in this Mad Max type scenario, most of my day would be spent not just huddled up somewhere trying to keep warm. I would be spending a lot of it scouting and trying to find out what's going on, not just looking for resources, but also just trying to get a handle on what's going on. And it goes a little bit back to what you guys were talking about earlier with the food queues. The number one reason I would go to a food queue and see to be there, risk sort of adverse way, would be just to try and find out what's going on, to get a feeling of what's actually happening, to see what other people are saying, thinking and reacting, because then you can gauge the temperature of the community that you live in to see where it's at. Is it at the point of absolute collapse? Are people starting to get more aggressive? Are people getting more resources than others, etc.? You can't unplug yourself or remove yourself from the ground news of what's going on, because you're putting yourself at a massive disadvantage by doing that. You have to be out there kind of seeing what's happening. And if you could do it in a risk-averse sort of way in the backgrounds, then even better. I mean, that would be the way to do it. But there has to be a strategy where you're going to have to be leaving the safety of your stockpiled resource and going out and acquiring information, knowledge of not just resources, but just what the hell's going on.
I'd even be doing that beforehand. I've been doing that for decades. I just, when I'm driving around that, I'm always just sort of looking at stuff. I don't just stare at the taillights in front of me and go to my destination. I'm looking in the fields. I'm looking in metropolitan areas. I'm looking around. I'm like, oh, look at that. Every pole in this town has a solar panel on it. Oh, look, and it even has a little solar controller on it. I just make mental notes of that. So that'll be one of the last things on somebody's list. They're looking for food. No, I'm climbing a pole to take the solar panel down and take the controller. And if there's a battery in there still. Yeah. I mean, so many, like just even warehouses. I mean, I live in the land of logistics centers around here. And I got like Target, Walmart, all the big stores, and lots of other ones. And I know inside those huge logistics centers, they had, because I saw them build the places, they got these, 60-foot high or whatever, 20-meter high racks, pallet racks that have lots of stuff on it. And it's not all TVs and clothing and that. No, they have like non-perishables, like canned goods, stuff like that. They rotate through. So there's a lot of food in some of these super logistics centers. You just got to be prepared to live in there, because you're not going to be the only one, especially the people that work there. If they live local enough, they know where they're going. They're going there too. So you just got to know. I always kept an eye on what's around me. And when I went into customers and hotels and stuff, I would always look around and be like, okay, it's a hotel. They have bed sheets. Okay, they have bed sheets and blankets, lots of them. Who's going to break into a hotel to go scavenging right away? If, crap hit the fan, there's nobody around, and the manager sure as heck ain't there. They might be living there. Yeah. But this is
the way your prepping mindset, your survival mindset is a step ahead of the crowds, right? Because while they're scavenging
Toilet roll.
The shops, the retail, you should be at the distribution places. When they're at the distribution places, you should be looking at the logistics hubs, like the where the trucks are parked and stuff like
One
that.
step ahead.
So
One step ahead.
so it's being one step ahead of all that kind of stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And it's I think when it comes to a long time after the fact, that's when we have to start thinking outside of the box, right? So if it's a warehouse that does plastics for a car manufacturer, nobody's going to be looting that thinking I'm going to get a crate full of Twinkies, right? Because it's plastics for a car manufacturer. However, it's a big enough building.
There's a vending machine in the lounge.
A vending machine. Always got medical supplies. They all have to have medical supplies.
Yep,
a lot of them have
kits.
Canteens.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's outside of the box things as well. Like
and
most
of them have
lifeboats.
emergency lighting with built-in 6-volt batteries in them. Oh yeah, I used to do those too.
Most lifeboats on ships, even like smaller ships and stuff like that wouldn't be used by the military or what have you, will have supplies on them, medical supplies, emergency rations, things like that. So it's trying to think outside of the box, because we know the local supermarket is going to be nothing but cans of sweet corn and pineapple aid, and nobody wants that. You know, that's what's going to be.
It's all gone. The only thing you're going to find is rotten produce and thawed out rotten food.
Pepsi Max or the crap that nobody wants. You know, that's all that's going to be left in there.
You're going to need a map as well of your local area. You're going to need to you're going to need to start thinking like it's a battle, and your home base is your command center of it as it is, and it could even be an actual physical map where you're marking off points of interest. And you should be doing this mentally anyway, kind of like what Chef's Tech talking about.
You would do
all of us do that, but I mean, I don't just mean sort of circling on a map, or there's a Costco down the road and I'm going to hit that first type thing. I mean, to me, I pay attention to things like where are the fruit trees growing, where are the natural resources, where are the freshwater springs, where are the things that are outside of my absolute point of control. I haven't got a very large garden, so I'm not going to grow huge fruit trees and stuff. But if I know on a map within 5-mile radius how to find 40 of them that are growing wild, then it's worth me at least taking a mental note of roughly where they are and what season they grow, because then it's a little bit of a resource right there that I can tick off. And you can do that systematically by going down a list of all the things that you think you're going to need or your family's going to need in a prolonged period of absolute shortage, which is what we're talking about. You know, because the idea that you can just scavenge off pre-existing things, the half-life of that is incredibly short, because everybody's going to immediately do that.
That's not sustainable.
It will be like locusts. People will be like locusts. You'll be amazed at how quickly things will get stripped. You know, I've been to places in the world where there's been great conflict in a short period of time, and the metal barriers in the central reservations of the roads had been removed because people were selling it as scrap or using it as tin roofing. You know, and people are resourceful, so they will go to the thing that they know there's a resource there. If you work on the railway line, for example, you know all the resources that are there, and you're going to take full advantage of that. So you might be thinking, well, I'm quite a clever guy, you know, I think outside the box, and I know all that, you know, that machinery and medical supplies is down there at that railway line. Most other people won't know about that. Well, yeah, most other people won't, but all the railway workers do, and I'll be one of their first points of contact. You know,
even like gasoline, everybody's like, "Oh, all the new car dealers, all those cars have full tanks of gas." No, they don't. You're lucky if there's a couple liters in there.
It would just be a waste of money to have them full of.
It'd be a waste of
people.
Time
people are assuming that
there is some fuel, but you're not going to siphon out of these new tanks. They're siphon proof. You need to know how to extract whatever fuel is in there. And I'm not going to say how, but there is a way to do it. It's just messy. And let's just say most 99% of these fuel tanks now are plastic. So there is that. But that's like last on my list, or maybe somewhere in the middle of my list. If I need fuel, I know where to go. I got a lot of car dealers around. There's a lot of used cars have more of a chance of having more gas. But even that, under the hood, guess what? They all got a battery. I mean, I can go down a million different avenues of what stuff is where, why, how.
Well, I probably could go there too more. I probably could go there too. I mean, like there's resources like in everything.
Friends, you know.
Vehicles have resources too, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
A building has resources. It's just what you want out of it, right? I mean, because we were saying about like being one step ahead, right? So while they're said grocery store, we're already thinking ahead towards the warehouse. The next thing past that, right? So we're staying one step ahead, right? But there's gonna be like, let's just say this is a global, more national thing, right? Not regional or just in one city or whatever, and it's lasting, let's say, months, years, whatever, right? There's gonna be a certain point where all that easy stuff that's already pre-manufactured, pre-made won't be there anymore because it's been scavenged already, right? It's gone, right? So
all the basic well-known places that the average human knows where they got to go to buy something, those are the first places they're going to go.
Yeah.
They're going to go to the supermarket. They're going to go to Walmart.
Because
they're going to go
what
wherever.
They know, right? That's what they know. Right?
They know there was stuff there, so maybe I'll get lucky and there'll be stuff there.
Yeah, and that's why we prepare stuff so we don't actually have to do it. Isn't that right? This is why we prepare water and food so we don't actually have to scavenge for that right away, and we're in the next step, the warehouse or something else, right? Chef, we're looking at the next thing.
Yeah. Chef, I've got my 100% chicken breasts for freeze dried, so I can scavenge that. I've just got to taste it. So
once you open it, you got to eat it within a reasonable period of time. Once you open it, it doesn't have a shelf life anymore.
How do I hydrate 10 grams of chicken?
So chicken is meat. Meat will only absorb whatever water it needs. Unlike mashed potatoes, I do because I freeze dry my own mashed potatoes. If you add too much water in there, you got mashed potato soup. But with meat, I do it. I freeze dry beef all the time. I sous vide it so it's like medium rare, and then I slice it thin, freeze dry it, and I pull it out of the pack. I just dip it in water that is the same temperature I would have cooked the meat to, because any more than that, I cook it. So if it was 130 degrees Fahrenheit, I make 130 degree water, dip my meat in there, rehydrates like instantly. And now with your chicken, you just keep adding some water to it until you see a little puddle in the bottom. You're good. And then drink the water because it's chicken water.
So, yeah, I'm going to attempt at freeze-dried chicken.
How much does that equate to, like raw weight, like a pound or 1,000 grams or something?
There's 10 grams, just the weight of the dried, so I have no idea. It doesn't.
WD Glock and Roll, good to see you.
Yeah, and it probably tells you on there. Just add whatever water's needed. It doesn't give you a specific number.
Right.
Yeah,
so you can't
requires minimum
overwater it. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
It probably says requires minimum 200 milliliters of water. So okay, start with 200. You always want it with other foods that you're rehydrating to, like my stew, and a lot of my cheesy beefy mac, whatever I make, I weigh it before it goes in and I weigh it when it comes out. So I know exactly how many grams of water it lost. That's how much I add back. Yeah. I'll always start a little less and then I can always add more. You ain't taking it back out once it's in there, unless it's soup. I freeze dry my own soups. So, but I know what I freeze dried was a 500 milliliter jar, a pint, and I'll freeze dry it in separate compartments, put it back in the jar. It only fills up the jar about a third of the way, but I know I just got to go to the coffee maker or whatever and just fill it up with hot water. I'm good. That's going to be exactly the way it was before it went in. So freeze drying is its own science, and rehydrating is too. But when it comes to meats and shrimp and stuff like that, which I do, no, you just have a bowl of water, throw it in there. It'll absorb whatever it needs. Take it out, your meat's done. Now, if you want to cook it, sure, do it don't try to rehydrate it with any kind of fat, like butter. Like don't try to saute it before it's rehydrated because the fat's going to clog the pores. It'll take forever to rehydrate.
So with the scavenging, how do we feel about eating pet food between us then?
Depends on the manufacturer. Alpo's pretty good, but Dingy Dog is not the best. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
How does Mark know this?
Most cat foods have a human test, right? They are human edible.
Yeah.
A lot of them are, but it's also the environment. They can't make canned dog food in an environment that will make your dog sick and die, although there are lots of instances of that. It's the quality of the meats they use. The beef we eat is not the same beef they're getting, even though it says, it's chunks of beef. It's not really chunks of beef. It looks like chunks of beef, but it's not. It might be, but it's really crappy grade. It might have been bruised. When the cows are getting slaughtered or whatever.
Yeah.
It might have a huge bruise, a contusion on it where, it's purple from the blood getting there in the meat. That gets cut
not
out
the
and sold
grade
off
A
dog
cuts,
food.
as they say, right? Not
Yeah,
the grade A cuts.
like we're talking C and D grade, or what they call cutter canner grade, which is not meant for packing up as a steak and putting it on the shelf.
Hey, Crick and Grind, good to see you.
Same with chicken. Bruised chicken is notorious, and that gets used a lot for animal feed. It's bruised. It's got purple spots all over the breast meat. Yeah, they cut that stuff off, or they just throw the whole breast in a different grinder. That gets ground up. They bleach it out. So, the human, when they open their can of cat food with chicken in it, they don't see purple spots in the meat. So they do other things to it too, but it's fit for animal consumption. Sure. You could, if I was starving to death, oh, hell yeah, I will open a can of dog food all day long, or cat food. If
I'm starving to death,
I think I might be getting to that point.
See the idea of eating pet food. I was watching a podcast a while ago where they were talking about this idea of if you're going to prep for your pets, and they were talking about a dog in this case, and they actually did say, I prep this particular brand because it's more human. A human can consume it better than some of the other brands of dog food. To my mind, you wouldn't ever prep dog food. You would prep human food that a dog can eat.
Right. And ironically, a can of dog food, say it's just ground meat. A can of that is like $2, but a can of just meat, Hungry Man.
A dog will eat a dog or a cat.
Like 99 cents.
Yeah, I mean, a dog will eat anything. A dog will eat a can of Spam happily. It might not be the best thing for it, but in an SHTF situation, it's better that you're eating the Spam along with your dog than you're eating pedigree chum along with your,
But have you seen the price of freeze-dried human chicken?
I know what the price is. That's why I make it myself.
This is why this cat treats was only £2 off. So there you go. We're gonna try it.
Does it say 100% chicken?
Yep, 100% chicken breast.
Okay, and it's for cats. It's a treat.
It's like a treat, yeah. So you're supposed to just give it to the cat dry as they are, and they just munch on it. But it is freeze-dried chicken. So
yeah.
Try a piece of it dry.
You can. You better have something to drink with it.
The video now.
I do a lot of freeze-dried snacks. I'm telling you right now, the freeze-dried brownies and stuff I make. Yeah, you're not eating those without a cup of coffee or a glass of water or something nearby, because that stuff will suck the moisture out of your head.
Yeah.
You can't live on that because you need moisture to activate it to get it to normal so your body can digest it. And then that moisture is going to leave your body faster than just sweating. So you need water to rehydrate pretty much anything freeze-dried.
Which is also in a survival situation, should never eat if you don't have access to water. Even if you find yourself in a life raft and you've got 1,000 Twinkies but no water, do not eat the Twinkies, until you've got the water.
Yeah, because you need water to digest.
You need the water to digest it.
Yeah, the moisture that in those Twinkies is not water. That moisture is oils and salt.
Yeah, and if you think you're going to starve to death, you'll dehydrate before you starve. So
you'll a couple days before.
But if I'm going to go out, Alan, I want to go out with a belly full of Twinkies. That's the way to go.
I had a Twinkie once. I was very disappointed.
Oh, I love them. Oh, you heathen.
Twinkies are nasty.
Oh no, it's the only thing that'll survive.
Wagon wheel.
Yeah.
I'll take a wagon
Twinkies
wheel.
Don't have a shelf life; they have a half life.
No, it's I ask because of the scavenging side of things more than anything, Alan. I agree with you. I think even Scottish Prepper, who has dogs, doesn't prep dog food because he preps enough human food that they would continually get like the leftovers off them, and that's how they would go. So
I mean, if you've got a pet that has a very specific dietary requirement.
That's what somebody said in the chat. Their dog's on fresh meat, and it's very reliant on the fridge, and they're worried about blackouts and stuff like that. But yeah, it's. I would practice hunting.
My dog has to eat hydrolyzed protein chicken meal, which is different than regular. I don't even like the way it smells. He eats it, but he has all kinds of. He's a German Shepherd. He's got all kinds of stomach problems. But if I gave him just regular chicken all the time. I don't know. He'd be crapping all over the house nonstop, just because his body can't deal with that anymore. So yeah, for now, Yeah, he's on his special diet. And if he had to, I'd be like, yep, here's your food. Guess what, buddy? You're staying outside because you're going to be crapping everywhere. You might as well crap in the yard.
There's the doghouse.
Yep. Make me some fertilizer. Try to crap in one spot for me, please.
If I had animals, even though I don't prep for them, I think that would be a scavenging stop for me. I think because I've got everything else, I would like. Oh well, I may as well. While everyone's raiding Greg's and Morrison's, I can go to
the pet store.
Pets are us kind of thing, and there's a couple of fish I could eat and a couple of rabbits I could eat, and then the rest.
Hey, there's the fish store.
Yeah, goldfish sushi. Yeah.
I was thinking a pet store, right? That would be an underrated type of area if you think about it, right? No one's thinking about that. A pet store, right?
Yeah.
No one would think of that initially, right?
There's stuff in there that
and there's the potential there too.
Now the owners would probably just release all the animals to outside and be like, you know what, fend for yourself, buddies. I'm not gonna let you die.
No, it's not just food, but like if you think about what's in a pet store, right? There's aquariums, there's pumps, there's like other little things to move water, containers, right, and stuff like that. Not just food. Like
better yet, they have lots of activated charcoal for your filters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right, because if water is such an important thing, right, people might have scavenged all the bottled water already. Easier stuff, easy resources, which means, and because it's a consumable, right, you're not actually have to make clean water, not just take the bottles of water off the shelf, right? You're not have to actually, do it yourself, that kind of thing, right? So like, if you think about the activated charcoal and all this stuff, the pumps that they got, right, for those tanks and stuff with it. I mean, don't they have like those like thermometer things for fish tanks and stuff like that? You can and stuff like that. Let's see what else. There's probably a lot of things. I mean, even the fish tanks.
Dude, you could if you need cordage, go to a pet store. They got all those retractable leashes. Some of them are straps. They have long straps, short straps.
Yeah,
all kinds of stuff you could use to tie stuff up with. I mean, yeah, they have lots of stuff in the aquariums. Sure, if you can get one out of there, a smaller one or mid-sized one, not get it broken.
That's going to be one of those
use that to grow food inside if you have to.
Oh yeah. I guess you can make like some sort of system on the inside or something like that. Some sort of little mini greenhouse, right?
That's
the kind of outside the box thinking, right? That's the outside the box thinking, right? Because the normal, I shouldn't say normal, but the common folks, they're not as prepared. They wouldn't think of that necessarily right away. They'll be like, grocery store, the Walmart down the street, the blah blah blah, the Costco down the street, right? They wouldn't be right, but some of those places are going to be the first places, right? And we're trying to avoid these major places that people are gathering, right? Because if there's more people there and you're trying to also scavenge, issues fighting over resources, right, and hassle like that, right?
Yeah, and one of the considerations is like Mark said, like at the distribution warehouse, you got to be prepared to live there. You don't know if you're going to turn up to the supermarket distribution warehouse and there's already a very well organized, very oiled machine of people working and living there because they're protecting that food. You could be walking right into an ambush sort of thing,
Yeah.
You could be on the menu next. So,
I mean, when it comes to large logistics places that have lots of food in that, damn well the gangs are already in there. They've already taken it over if you're late. And if you're by yourself and you got 50 people coming in, you might just want to leave because you ain't going to take them on. They're going to take over.
You're not going to be able to. Yeah, outgun them, as they say. They outnumber you too. So, yeah.
Yeah. Probably outgun you too.
That's what I just said.
Brian sent a video. I apologize in advance.
No worries.
No idea. I've not seen it myself. So
it could be anything.
Well, this got to be fun.
Uncle Mike's prepper meat.
What was on the side of the truck?
100% donkey.
What?
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. Educational as always. I did say I'm trying to make the move into self-employment. Maybe this is the route.
Yep, that's your segue.
Okay, the best way of preparing for how to best obtain resources is to prepare yourself for living with less resources. You don't need a lot of stuff, really. And the more you learn how to live off a very minute amount of stuff, it's stuff that you actually need. I mean, that's the best survival trick of all, because you need a lot less of everything.
Wait,
lots of people, and it's not just minimalism. It's we're so wasteful. We just don't need a lot of the stuff that we think we need. I mean, like, one thing that I go against the grain a lot, I get lots of pushback from other survival type people and preppers and things like that, is I've got a very low opinion about first aid kits. I think they're mostly useless. You know, people talk
the pre-packed, pre-bought ones.
Even I mean those, but also a lot of
Boo-boo kits.
People emphasize a lot about first aid and medical. They're like, well, one of the most important things is medical equipment. Is it really? I mean, unless you've got, forgetting the people who have got pre-existing proper medical conditions, like if you're insulin dependent, for example, yes, hoard as much of that as possible. But other than that, what medical stuff do I need right now? Yeah, there's people out there shouting right now, but what happens if you break your leg? Well, I've broke my leg. I'm just going to have to deal with it. But there's nothing I can prep that's going to make that situation particularly better.
Yeah,
really.
you got tape or straps and some splints to try to
I
set
can
it
make,
straight.
but I could make that stuff. You know, if you're resourceful enough, you know how to make that kind of stuff. Do you know what my? Yeah, I mean, I've got something similar to that, but like I see people talk about, you know, lots of like antibiotics. So the world will be short of antibiotics, which we desperately need, because we all know the story about how fantastic antibiotics are, and you know the human story. But I've had antibiotics once in my life. Once. I don't need antibiotics.
Rarely, if ever, on them.
Yeah, I don't take medication for anything at the moment, because I'm lucky I'm kind of at an age and a health where I don't need anything like that. And anything I was to try and preempt now, if I was to start, you know, hoarding heart medicine because I thought, well, you know what, I don't need it just now, but when I'm 70, I might. Well, it's going to be out of date by then anyway, so there's not a lot of point of doing that.
Not if you freeze dry it. Just kidding.
Yeah, you know, a wilderness. See, to me, a wilderness first aid kit is a boo-boo kit, some duct tape, and a cotton bandana. You don't need anything else.
Don't forget the crazy glue.
Do you know?
I'm not crazy about that.
I'm not 100% into the glue thing. That's a little bit of a fad as well, to be honest.
It was invented during Vietnam.
Yeah.
And the first words on the label says "Bond skin instantly." Used to be.
Yeah.
That's the important medical prep in my cupboard.
What's that? Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels. You give them that. You give them that before you staple them shut.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because that will hurt to staple a wound.
If you break your actual needs down, and it's obviously specific to specific people, but if you break your needs down properly, like literally just get a pen and paper and say, what do I actually need, you know, today, and then for a week, then for a month, and then for a year, you will quickly realize it's actually very little. It's probably only 3 or 4 things.
Can I push back on that for a second, Alan? You've got kids. How many times do you need a plaster? Do you need quickly, let's ring 111, quickly, let's take them to A&E. Oh no, they've banged their head. Oh no, they've done this. And then I do believe a blackout situation, disaster situation, there's going to be more chances of injuries.
But
burns, cuts,
let's take something
like
let's take something really simple, right? To start with, plasters, okay? Right? A plaster is basically just sticky tape with a bit of cotton wool on it, and it's expensive. Why not just have duct tape and a wet rag? You know, because it does
a clean one too.
A clean printed on the back of it.
But I mean,
hey Mike, just draw something on there then. Just draw something on it. Come on, bro. Be like, hey, just draw it. It'll be the same.
I mean, I get you, but
Put a sticker on
duct tape is more expensive than plasters, so that would be my argument there.
I don't think so.
But it comes.
I get my plasters from Temu.
But it comes in a big roll though.
I get my plasters from Temu in a box of like 1,000.
You get a big roll of duct tape, and you know you rip that into a square. That's a plaster. You imagine how many plasters. I mean, but if you're using a whole duct tape roll to cover up cuts and scrapes, you should stay out of the barbed wire.
Yeah.
Come on, don't forget your feminine hygiene products. There's women out there too.
But I mean,
you're
feminine
right.
hygiene
and duct
products
tape is multiple
again.
purpose, right? I use duct tape. Like if I've been like working on something I used to be a joiner, so on a building site, you cut yourself. You don't run to the first aid guy because you end up sat there filling out an accident bloody form. You grab a bit of duct tape and you tape it up, and you worry about it later. So I've done it. I get you. I mean, I just don't see the harm in prepping the medical side.
It's okay having some of it, especially in your household. But I mean, how many first aid kits in your house have got triangular bandages in them? Who the hell ever uses a triangular bandage? What is the point of a triangle? What's the point
exactly.
of that? How many people have you seen who are basically hiking or camping in the woods and they've got an IFAK kit that has chest seals in it? Who are they giving that to? Are they chest sealing themselves? Because unless you're in a war zone, you don't need that.
I've not gone to that extreme. If there's a point I need to use a chest seal, you're a write-off. But you could argue the same. A tourniquet is great for emergency situations now, right? Because you put it on and get them to medical, right? Mm-hmm. It's a stopgap until I just, unless you're going to tourniquet them, cut their arm off and seal it with some sort of hot iron like medieval times, I see tourniquet prolonging the inevitable.
You can make a tourniquet with a bit of paracord and a stick.
Yep. Or your belt or a shirt. Yeah.
Do you need to spend 30-40 pounds on a good tourniquet if you have the knowledge to be able to do it like that in a pinch? I mean, see, you mentioned the sort of feminine hygiene stuff as well. So nappies, toilet roll, tampons, those things right there. You don't actually need those things in a proper SHTF situation over a long term, because nappies are just towels. Toilet roll's just the same thing, a bloody face cloth, and you wash it. Yeah, it's primitive, but why stockpile? I'd rather have 10 face cloths than 1,000 toilet rolls, right? If I didn't think I was going to have access to either one of them ever again. Mm-hmm. Feminine hygienes, all these sort of fancy tampons and stuff that women can get nowadays. What did they do before that stuff was invented? They used pads and moss and sphagnum moss. Fantastic. Get loads of it in the UK. You have to envision, what do I actually need and how can I get it if it was taken away from me? That's what I'm always coming back to.
But prepping is not about just survival. It's about in keeping a quality of life in harder times.
I agree.
So my missus might not want to put moss in her knickers on day one of the apocalypse.
Maybe so not on day one.
Stop some of them things.
Maybe, I agree. Maybe not day one, but I push back on the idea that prepping is also simply about hoarding. Because I guess what's the point? What's the limit? And if you've got a finite amount of resources, monetary wise, like me, right? I don't have a lot of money, so I'm continuously thinking, what do I actually need to buy? If I was a millionaire, don't get me wrong, I would literally have a bunker and a garden and solar panels everywhere.
And the freeze dryer.
I would have everything. I would be that guy, right?
Yeah,
but I don't. So
I'd have a tank.
For me, it literally is a case of what do
resilience mean?
And I think if you focus, the one benefit of being as poor as me is you focus on getting the most out of using something. From a natural
get the most
point
bang out of what you are actually, right?
Yeah,
and being resourceful. Yeah, I can understand that.
It's the toilet roll thing. We always go back to that because that was the most funny thing that people did during the COVID days, right? A single roll of toilet roll will last a couple of days and has no other function. I mean, you can literally do what else with it? Start a tiny little fire with it or something. It's bloody useless. I would rather have a face
you can use it as a first aid kit to, put it on a cut and tape it down with some duct tape, maybe.
Makes a good mummy during Halloween. You can just try to think of uses.
I think
or I could throw it in a tree.
I think people focus their resources on the wrong thing, though. I think even as preppers, I think you should prep the old-fashioned stuff before the new stuff.
I agree, and I've got hand tools. I've got paraffin lanterns. I've got ways to start fire, primitive ways and stuff like that. And I think
whoa, you got a bull drill?
I actually have, yeah. I think stuff like that is really good, especially if you learn how to use it and stuff like that. Some of the stuff I'm well out of practice with, so I should do. I think most people prep, what they call it now, prepping for Tuesday, right? Most people are prepping for that short-term stopgap, 7 days. 2 weeks.
So like water.
If this fuel shortage happens, I don't think it's going to be SHTF Teotihuacan. I think it's going to be a month or two of hard times and prices going up and stuff like that. That's where my preps will start to come in handy. And I think that's more so what we prep for. And we prep to counter them idiots that we saw in COVID. While they're all fighting over toilet rolls, we can still wipe our ass without using Allen's cloths. You know, it was just... It's a stopgap for that thing, and I completely agree with you. So I've just worked out I've got 103 days worth of canned food alone. So not including dried foods, freeze dried, and MREs. There's more days in that. I've got 103 days worth of that. That is still a countdown clock, right? No matter which way.
Yeah,
you look
it's
at
a consumable, right? It's a consumable.
Yeah, it's counting down, and scavenging and scouting is all well and good, which is the topic of today.
Yeah,
but it's never guaranteed. It's like hunting and stuff like that. It's not guaranteed. You're not just going to go out and bag a buck on day 1 and feed the family and then do that again on day 3 kind of thing. It's not all guaranteed. And same with scavenging. You could scavenge a total area and it's already been picked clean. So I agree that you need to concentrate on stuff that's multi-purpose and stuff like that. And the old school stuff that I prep, like the old tools, if you're talking about this is the new forever. But I think when it comes to prepping medical supplies, feminine hygiene products, anything like that, we're doing that for short-term issues. Yeah. Like I've got a month worth of this. I've got a month worth of that. The nappies will go in a month. I know how to tie a terry towel. I know how to hand wash them. I can do all that. But I don't want to be doing that on day 2 if it's only a 2-week situation.
It's the it's the single use aspect of it that I want to try and avoid. You know, the idea that you can only you have this thing and it has a function, and outside of that function, even if you're very creative, it hasn't really got much else of a use. And usually the cost of it and the bulk of it, to my mind, is detrimental to prepping. Nappies being a key one. Everybody knows how expensive nappies are, how bulky they are, and all that kind of stuff.
I couldn't stock enough of them for 3 months if I wanted to. I wouldn't have the room.
We were on one of your firesides where somebody on the panel talked about stockpiling hundreds of nappies, and I remember thinking, well, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Don't do that. Just learn how to use. Learn the terry towel thing, and I'm guilty of it as well. I mean, during the C19 stages and the early stages of that, I went out and I bought a bunch of this kind of stuff. These are like industrial 3M face masks. Guess what? I've still got them. They're still here.
6 years later.
So do I.
I mean, what was the point of that?
So do we. I mean,
it became very apparent very quickly that one, not only was that complete nonsense and wasn't actually much use after all, but if you did want to cover your face with something similar to this, then everybody started using snoods, you know, and then just washing them intermittently, because that became a more practical long-term solution to having endless
something more
expensive
that you can sustain longer. Right.
And hey, I even went and got the boxes that were more expensive because I thought I was being kind of clever. Oh, I'll go to B&Q and I'll buy the ones that cost £6 because I'm smart.
I felt for the exact same thing right when CV started and we started seeing the videos over in another country and said, oh, there's a case over here. I'm like, I was at Lowe's, one of our big box, supply stores for lumber and that. And in the painting area, in the sheetrock area, they had giant bags of these things for like, $6. They were cheap and they were N95s, whatever. So they were like long sleeve boxes. I bought like 6 boxes. It cost me like $12. I'm like, great, I'll have them. And I brought them home, stuck them in a 5-gallon bucket. They're still in the same 5-gallon bucket 6 years later.
Yeah.
And will I use them? Yeah, I've actually used 1 or 2 every now and then when I'm on the tractor when it's summertime and there's no rain, a lot of dust in the air. Yeah, then I'll put one on for a short period of time, so I'm not breathing all the ragweed dust and all the stuff that my tractor's kicking up. And I'll wear it for them, but I just throw it right in the trash. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hang it from my rear view mirror like everybody else did and collect them like a badge of honor.
Oh.
Yep. My mom did that. She had like 80 of them hanging from her mirror. I'm like, why do you have those? Just in case. I'm like, just in case what? You got 10,000 at the house. You got 50 hanging in your car. Just and you turn the blower on so you're blowing the bacteria all over your car.
We could do a whole podcast of the stupid crap that happened during that time. I saw people driving their car on their own wearing a mask. I'm like,
that happens all the time.
The windows closed. Yep.
See, we've got a bit of a meningitis outbreak in the UK just now, and people are once again starting to walk around wearing face masks and stuff because they think meningitis is going to leak onto their face somehow. You know, I seen somebody in Tesco the other day with a face mask on, and I don't know why.
No, I still see the old people walking around with them on. They're like, "I'm just being safe. I don't want to get sick." It's like, yeah, I put up a chain link fence in my backyard to keep the mosquitoes out too. But that's besides the point.
My sister's a nurse who was on the COVID wards, and she had to live in her own garage away from her family during the time she was working on the wards. She told me on the phone. She asked me if I was wearing disposable masks and stuff like that. And I said, yeah, you know, just when I go to the shop and stuff like that. She says, put it on for the minimum amount of time and take it off as soon as you can. So more people will be getting sick because the moisture and they're inhaling and stuff like that. More people are getting sick.
You're getting lung infections and they're blaming that on CV. Yep.
Plus, you're touching it and stuff all the time as well. You know,
exactly.
These doctors in surgeries wear them for 20 minutes and then they'll change them. 20 minutes.
And they wear it so they don't drool on you.
Yeah, it's a splash guard more than anything.
Yeah. I've just got it because I get bad gas with the amount of beans I've stockpiled, so that's for the rest of the family just to try and, you know, spray a bit of deodorant.
So you tuck that down your pants to filter out the odor. Gotcha.
Yeah.
You're better off going into the pet shop and getting those filters, the fish tank filters with the activated charcoal built in. Stick that in your pants. That'll work.
That's an improvised sanitary pad right there as well, you know.
And do you know what? That's a marketing opportunity there. Activated charcoal underpants. I think it's a winner. I'm gonna.
Well, you wanted to go work for yourself, right, Mike?
Yeah.
There you go.
You should do some research. Remember to trademark
next video you see will be Mike in charcoal pants.
I'll see the title.
Unsubscribe.
Oh my gosh, you really did it! You really did it! Oh my gosh, guys! Shadow, you really did it! I can't believe you really did. Mike, you really did it! Oh my gosh! I thought you was just BSing. He's just serious. Oh.
It's for the prepper community. So when you're out in the woods, you don't want to give away your location by the smell of your gas. So you put a charcoal activated filter in your butt, and when you fart.
That's a different set of pants completely.
Well, that's a different day in the woods.
Over your butt. I have jokes for that, but I won't say them live. Has to do with camping.
This is how it starts.
Yes.
And this is how it starts, everyone.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think we're choking under the pressure.
we laugh our butts off here.
Somebody
so we choke on what we ever have.
Yeah. I mean, another scavenging point, I suppose, if you are fully prepared and you don't think you need to go out and fight them in the supermarkets and stuff like that. What would your shopping list be? Would you think about tradable goods?
So we didn't actually jump into that. So
we sort of mentioned it briefly where, first you're out, you're scouting, looking for supplies, and then you might come across an area where there's people gathering, with security and trading things back and forth. That's when that starts. So you just need to know what do you need? What does somebody else need that wants or needs that you can trade for something they have that you don't? And it'll start with garden goods. Somebody grew beans, somebody else grew lettuce,
basic
corn,
stuff, right?
Whatever.
Basic stuff.
Very few people are going to be scavenging the toy shop, but you can go there and get 2 racks full of AA batteries, which are going to be valuable.
Yeah, you can go to the RC car section, take all the RC car batteries; they're rechargeable.
Yeah.
Well, Mike. Actually, if it was in the middle of winter and it was cold out, I would scavenge the stuffies and reuse the insulation as insulation. If I can find it.
I could just see you during the apocalypse running out of Walmart with about 30 TY.
No, I wouldn't even run out with it. I would just take the insulation, the inside, the stuffing, and just go with it, right?
He would stuff that stuffing down his pants legs and his shirt, and then he'd walk out like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
You imagine CR thinks it's the apocalypse. He's in the middle of doing this when all the power comes back on, and he just looks like a mass teddy murderer in the middle of Walmart with a knife and loads of dismembered teddies around him.
Okay. I'm not trying to pretend I'm Chucky. Okay, come on. Come on.
No,
but that's child's play.
But it's oh dear. No, but it's there's these stores that people don't think about. It's like you see them at Christmas. You can go into a bookshop and they're trying to sell you batteries at the till. So you know what I mean. Bookshops. There you go. There's another one. Libraries. Another great resource. Knowledge is power. We know this, but you can only stock so much stuff. So libraries would be a good one for scouting. Scavenging, finding out
not
how
just
to
for
build
the knowledge,
the steam-powered engines.
Yeah, and when you're done reading it, you can burn it to keep warm. Just make sure you pick up the tax guides.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, no, to be honest, I would, depending on the situation, I would use it as insulation and then as necessary burn it. In that order, right? Because you can always burn the insulation, but you can't go back from burning it to make insulation, right? So I would do it in that order.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Right. It's just like clothing or whatever, right? Like just like chalk-cloth. I would make a rag first before I make chalk-cloth. Right.
I can imagine
using right.
See if we're talking about like just going into like a garden centre, like supermarket sweep with a shopping trolley, and you're just throwing stuff in there because it's you're stealing it basically.
Supermarket sweep.
You remember that show?
Alan.
Okay, anyways.
But I mean, I can see the point of doing that initially, but that's not going to last. I mean, how long do you guys think that would last? I think it would be like before you went into every single store that was literally like ripped bare full of stuff. I think like a week, a fortnight.
It depends on the situation, right? If we're talking about some sort of mass disease that's killed half the population, there might be a lot of full supermarkets. If we talk about how quickly people will kick the bucket in SHTF, it depends, right? Is all them people gonna scavenge B&Q before they drank dirty water because they've no idea what they're bloody doing? Or are they already going to shit themselves to death by this point? Mm-hmm. It's all depending on the situation, your area, and how many survival types will be there. Because people haven't got a clue. People who don't do this have not got a clue. Clean water magically comes from the tap, and that's all they need to know.
Where does the water come from? From the sink.
Look how unprepared we were down the south of England when the water went out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, it's raining after some nasty volcanic eruption. And I'm just going to drink the water out of my gutters. Yeah, no, probably not a good idea.
You can look at some of the rivers, like when I did my walks across like the Yorkshire Dales, you can look at some of the rivers and they look beautifully clean. It looks cleaner than the water coming out your tap. People will drink that thinking it's perfectly fine because it looks clean. So
except for the 12 dead bodies.
Clarity has nothing to do with anything.
Welcome, little red hen. Good to see you, man.
But the stuff that makes you sick, you can't see.
What's going to be left depends on how stupid the people are who are left. Right?
That's where you need to go to the pet store first, get all the fish tank filters, and then you can use the stream water, run through that activated charcoal, and maybe find a little chlorine somewhere and put a couple drops in there to kill what's left.
I'd hit the gyms. That'd be another one I'd hit. I'd hit all the gyms. Nobody's going to the gym during the apocalypse.
There you go. Everybody's running around getting food. There's Mike running on a treadmill, sweating his ass off.
No, but every gym I know has a vending machine full of high protein, high density, high energy snacks and drinks. They're brilliant. They're bloody expensive.
The one thing we neglect to talk about or think about is we're talking about what is Mike going to do? Mike is going to go there because of this. Well, what about all the people that work there that also know that's there?
They've already drank the dirty water and shit themselves to death. They were too
Well, they
busy
might have
looking
gone
in
to
the
the
mirror
vending
when the
machine
apocalypse hit.
They went down to the bank and robbed the bank for rolls of quarters or whatever, so they could go to the vending machine and put money in it to get the snacks out. We're going at it with a sledgehammer to break the glass, take everything that's left.
Well, this is the big thing about the topic, right? When we talk about scouting and scavenging, recon's got to be the biggest aspect of that, right? When none of us are going to run blindly into shop, warehouse, gym, supermarket, pet store. It doesn't matter where it is.
Let's just go there right now. No,
because I might run in there and Alan's already loaded up and he's pointing, a potato gun at me and he's going to take my eye out with it because that's all that's left in Scotland to fire.
He's got one of them he has one of those Nerf guns.
Yeah, but either way, you're not going to run in there blind, right? It's all about recon. It's all about checking the scope in the place out, checking it out. Just don't go out scavenging like maniacs. Would you go and sing? Do you think it's better to go on your own or as part of a group? Do you think?
It depends on your situation. If there's only you in your location, yeah, you're on your own. If it's you and your spouse, you may want to still go alone. If you have multiple people there, yeah, you might want to bring one as a lookout.
Yeah. It's a force multiplier. The bigger your group, the more people you're going to go around with.
And we're not the only ones that know
easier to spot. If there's 10 of you scavenging, walking down, you're going to easily spot. So it's
but if there's 10 of you, then you want to be spotted because that's the deterrent, unless there's a bigger force out there, a bigger force multiplier that's the biker gang is going to be given a big berth, when they roll into the small town because why take them on? Let them do what they're going to do, and that's how they would take advantage of that. That would be the same for anybody else, I'd imagine. I mean, one thing you could do if we're still talking about going into a store and robbing stuff and scavenging, if you like. I mean, one of the advantages you've got as a prepper is it buys you time. So the stuff that we've got just now buys us the time, so we can focus on the things that other people aren't paying attention to. One thing I don't own, which I quite like, is I don't have a drone. Because that would be a fantastic surveillance tool, to be able to see what's going on. I don't own one because they're too bloody expensive, but I know there's a shop local to me that sells them. It's probably got 6 or 7 in stock. So while everybody's, grabbing the toilet roll, maybe I just go in there and grab myself a drone if it's a free for all.
But then you've got to look at what happens in any collapse that you've seen, like in other countries. The first thing they rob is the drones and the TVs and the stuff that they can't bloody use.
Yeah, they can sell it and make money and buy food.
I'm just going to carry this TV above me in the flood. Right?
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, there is a looting aspect to it. But on the other hand, if people are doing that just because they don't know any better and they just think, it's a valuable thing monetarily, I can take advantage of that as well. Because eventually the guy who went into that store before me and stole all 6 drones, he's going to try and trade them for something or sell them for something at some point. And if I can kind of gauge who that is, eventually, give it a week, that guy's going to want some freeze-dried food. And I'll trade him some freeze-dried food for a drone, maybe.
Barter.
Because I mean, what else? He doesn't need 6 of them, and he's probably not going to use it for the reason I want it. He just wants to try and offload it and get rid of it. But from a long-term survivability or prepper point of view, he has done himself a favor in the short term, but that's not going to last long. Once he offloads those 6 drones that he stole from, the local Argos or whatever.
He has nothing to barter against.
He's got nothing else. I mean, whereas we've stockpiled on things that are actually useful. I've always said that if the apocalypse happens, one thing I would actually like to hoard is nails. People forget about how valuable nails are.
Screws.
Yeah, nails are better than screws.
You're not making that in your garage per se, right? Because there's a tolerance for and stuff like that. You can't. Some of the stuff you cannot make.
When North America was being explored by people, sort of frontiersmen, and they were advancing into these very wildernessy type places, nails were one of the most valuable resources that they traded because they're incredibly difficult to make, and they make building a
consistency too,
very
right?
easy. I mean, it's much easier to nail a piece of wood together than it is to make some sort of clever, piece of carved. I don't even know the name of it. A clever way of joining the wood together in carpentry.
A wooden nail or some sort of
tail joints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, you do joinery in the UK, you learn all that stuff before you learn the practical stuff you learn on site. I could do dovetail joints and stuff like that before I learned how to nail gun some skirting boards to a second fix kind of thing. It's weird. So you kind of learn that first. You learn the older ways first, even though it's massively outdated and it never gets used practically on a job.
But that's a much better skill to have, though, because, I mean, surely anybody can nail a couple of planks of wood together, but knowing how to do the dovetail joint properly, that's a good skill. That's a skill worth having.
Yeah, you might be more valuable, right? Because the nails are a consumable, right? Once they're in for the structure, right? But if you run out, then what?
I mean, just think about it now. Like, imagine there's no hardware stores available right now. How many nails do you have in your house right now? I mean, are you the kind of guy that's got a bag of them? Are you the kind of guy that's got a bag of them somewhere? You might have, but how many is actually in that bag? A couple of hundred? What can you build with a couple of hundred nails? Nothing big. Nothing that big when you think about it. You know, could you build a cabin in the woods with that?
Yes. You don't need any nails for a cabin in the woods, Alan. Come on, you know this.
Tongue and groove.
Mud logs and bracing joints. You're all right. But you're right. The older ways, the older methods are more. All things like nails, nail guns, even screws are all a convenience made afterwards. We don't need these things if you know the older methods.
Yeah. Tools.
I could build a cabin with no nails.
It'll take you more time, though.
If you have a tool,
that's the trade-off, right?
That's the trade-off. I mean, you could build a cabin, but you're burning far more calories doing that than what you otherwise would if you just had a bag of nails and a hammer. You know, if you have tools that can make tools, or maintain tools, then that's very advantageous. You know, I've seen people say that I've got 10 knives and I've got saws and I've got this kind of stuff. But do you have anything to sharpen that stuff? Do you have a round file that can sharpen the teeth of a saw?
Yeah. Sorry, what was that? I missed that one.
That's going to be a very small cabin with that amount of nails. But at least you've got some. That's my point. I mean, it's a good thing to have.
But hey, they're still straight, right? They're still straight.
Yeah.
Still usable, right? I mean, it's not like these are bent or whatever, right? And these are just extras, right?
Nails are very scavengeable.
Because you may actually need them to a certain degree, right? I mean, like,
if you've got a hammer, you can.
For example, I wear glasses for.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah. Okay. Here's an example of something I may scavenge or whatever, right? Let's just say because I wear glasses, right? Something along the lines of that, to be able to see, to fix my glasses and such, right? Because I'm not an optometrist or anything like that. There's probably no way of me making that from scratch, right? Like, does anyone here know how to make glasses?
That's the thing. I mean, we mentioned this in a previous conversation. If you are somebody who wears glasses,
Ranch, good to see you.
You should probably think about stockpiling a few of those at least at your prescription.
I keep my backup glasses, right? The older ones.
Yeah,
just
and
in case, right? Just in case
as well.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, like, with these little tiny screws, I actually have a pill bottle just for that, because it's very useful when I actually need them, because it's like a needle in a haystack trying to find one perfectly randomly, right? But I have a set that, I know these are small enough, right? For example, right? Especially if you're trying to repair something, right? Fix like some sort of, let's say, not necessarily a solar panel or something like that, but let's say like electronics or whatever. You need stuff like that to fix it, right? For communication purposes or whatever, right? Like, wire and stuff like that,
Yeah, I mean, tools and ways to maintain them. Like I was saying, a wood saw is an incredibly valuable tool. Because wood is usually a resource that most environments have, and that will be the primary source of your fuel and your shelter. So a very good wood saw, not some flimsy thing that's going to break, but a decent solid wood saw is a good thing to have, but you need to know how to sharpen a wood saw. Just having a saw doesn't matter, because after a year of continuous use, it'll be blunt as hell. So you need to have something like a round or triangular file that can sharpen the teeth of that wood saw. Or
and that's something it's very hard to recreate a saw.
You can.
Anyone actually tried to make a saw from scratch?
try and make a file from scratch. It's impossible.
Yeah, exactly, right.
You won't be able to do it.
Is incredibly hard, right? Because modern society, modern conveniences allow technology like machinery, and stuff like that, accurate measurements of something, right? Because imagine trying to make a screw from scratch, right? You would have to make sure
People forget how hard it is to come by things in nature naturally because it's just so readily available. Try and make a container in the woods. It's possible, but it's bloody hard.
Oh yeah, it is totally possible. You can take birch bark or whatever, but I mean,
do you know how many calories you'll burn trying to do that endeavor and how useless it will be at the end of it? And just have a stainless steel ball.
Yeah, I mean, you can get that easily right now, right? But in a collapse or whatever, that might be one of those hard things to recreate in nature, right? This is why usually those like containers, cover, and stuff like that are for the 5Cs, right? Are usually hard to recreate in nature.
Yeah. Do we not think the stuff the consumable stuff we have en masse in this country will last longer than most of the people, as I said, because of the die-off that we would have in a major collapse? I don't know how to sharpen a saw. 100%. In 2-3 years of joinery, all we ever did was every 3 months we'd buy a new Banco disposable saw, and you'd use it till it was not sawing anymore, and then you'd buy another one because it was like £3.50 at the time. I think they're about £6 to £8 now, but you know what I mean? It was a consumable that you would just rebuy at no point. I don't think. I mean, it's a great thing to do to an apprentice, though. I think that'd be good if you were a joinery apprentice and he said, "Sharpen all the teeth on that saw."
Yeah. Can you imagine the realization?
Make sure they're at the right angle. That's the other thing. Yeah.
Can you imagine the realization of having, a saw and being a carpenter, and you're out there building the cabin in the woods to, protect yourself from the horde of zombies, and then you get to a point 3 months later where you're like, this saw doesn't work that well. Wait a minute, it's going blunt. And then you realize, wait a minute, how do you sharpen a saw?
Yeah.
And
my dad used to take all his saw blades, because he had lots and lots of saw blades for the hands, the radio arm saw, all the different saws he had and tools. And like every year or two, when he was down to his last couple blades, there was a guy in town. He would just drop off this giant box of saw blades, and he'd call him up a couple days later and be like, they're done. He had the machine to sharpen the saw blades, whether it was carbide tip or regular steel blades, whatever it was. And we didn't think anything of it. I mean, I've sent my blades out for my edger and or my planer. I've sent those out. I mean, I knew a guy who knew a guy, so I just gave it to him, and he gave it to this other guy. He sharpened them up and called me on the phone. So that'd be $20. I'm like, all right, fine, here you go. Then I put a nick in one the first day, but that's another story.
Whoops.
But buying a little set of files that you can do things like sharpen saw blades is a fantastic investment. They're not overly expensive. They'll keep forever. Mine are in the shed. I'll be honest. And the whole time I've owned them, I've used them once. I bought them years and years ago because I went down the rabbit hole of how do you sharpen a saw? And then, of course, I went and bought all the stuff that you need to do it. And I did it once. I've never done it again. But I have the resource there, and I have the feed, the distant memory of how to do it. And those are the kind of things you have to think about when you're looking at the object that you've got, and you think this is a useful thing, but will I be able to either scavenge it in the future or maintain it? The maintenance of something goes a long way. I mean, like you're saying, Mike, as well, about there would be an abundance of stuff. I kind of think that as well, but I mean, have you ever done any urban exploring where you go into an area that's been just, they've shut the gates and says, right, we no longer need this factory? It's incredible how quickly nature takes over, and every single thing in there just becomes a rusty, horrible mess. The roof falls in, plants grow out of everywhere.
I found a saw, but it's bent in half. I don't know, right?
I implore everybody, do this one thing later on when you go down the rabbit hole on YouTube. See, after the Fukushima, was it the Fukushima nuclear power plant in Japan?
Fukushima, yeah.
Fukushima, right? They cordoned off an entire area around about it, right? There was nothing wrong with the area. They just said, right, it's a dangerous zone, you can't go there. Supermarkets and stuff. Take a look at the videos of what those places looked like after just 1 month. The supermarkets were revolting. Not a single product in there was usable. Nothing. It was contaminated.
Mold was sealed off. So mold is growing everywhere.
Canned goods didn't last because the moisture destroyed them. because the environmental humidity control of the supermarket wasn't on. And the building was designed to be continuously kept at a particular temperature and humidity. Once you remove that, nothing works, because it's kind of like somebody who says, "Oh, a bottle of wine will last 100 years." If it's in the perfect storage conditions, it will. If you buy it from the supermarket and stick it on your lounge table, it will last about a month and then taste like vinegar. And it's like that with all things.
It's a good point, and especially in the UK, we have a moist environment already, right? So as soon as them controls are gone, then it's what would be left to scavenge is a really good point. And the other thing as well, if it was something like, let's say it's a contagion for some reason, right? And us five happen to be immune because we're the heroes of the story, of course.
Of course.
How long before you could even go in that supermarket, and the stink and the rancid meats and stuff like that, and the defrosted fridges, it would be horrendous to even step in. It'd be like stepping into a morgue.
And dead bodies. Yeah.
And bodies. Yeah.
Well, disease after major events in the world are well known to be a major factor in secondary problems and secondary, disasters. The people dying in the street, the contamination that goes along with that.
Blood and water.
Yeah, and just the chemicals and stuff. There's lots of the thing about living in the kind of societies we do is lots of things are under continuous control and maintenance. So there's lots of places that, I used to work in a food warehouse a long time ago in the logistics section, and you think that's just a place where they stockpile food, but they also have these giant ammonia units which are used for climate control and this kind of stuff. And see if there's not an engineer continuously maintaining the levels of that thing and doing whatever they do. All of that stuff fails, and everything becomes contaminated to the point where you're more likely to poison yourself raiding one of those places after a couple of months than you are anything else. So you'd actually want to avoid those places.
Risk versus reward again. You wouldn't scout ahead and realize, okay, this is probably not fly for us. It's too far gone. Right.
Yeah. And if people have a tough time understanding that kind of stuff, think of it this way. You just bought your kid a kiddie pool. It's out back. You fill it up with the garden hose, kids in and out of it for a day, and then you forget about it for 3 or 4 or 5 days. Now it's green. There's things growing in it, mosquitoes everywhere. Yeah, you ain't drinking that water.
Oh, look, there's a raccoon in there.
Yeah, there's a raccoon in there. Crap, he was trying to clean his cotton candy.
Right.
It only takes a couple of bugs or a dead bird or something to go in there, and that's it. It's then that it
changes it. Yeah.
I mean, take.
How does the dead bird go in there?
I tell you what,
actually, it was alive at the time.
see, even a lot of the stuff when people talk about, they talk about storing their stuff, and some people do this. They're like, I've got a food cache, I've got all these cans, and they're in my shed. It's not that well controlled though. The environment in there is probably not that. If you've got a garden shed and that's where all your preps are, and you're in and out of there all of the time, and you're heating the place up, and you're looking after the place, and you're rotating the food,
hot, cold, moisture,
you're maintaining that. Try just leaving it alone for a year and see what happens to it. Because of eventually it's going to degrade very quickly.
The bugs that are going to come in. There's a bunch of cobwebs and all this other stuff.
Plus, you've got opportunist animals like a rat or whatever, or a mouse. Realize there's no human here. I haven't seen a human in a month. I'm going to slowly dig my way in and start doing my own thing. And I don't think people realize just how quickly things deteriorate without the continuous upkeep of people. And a lot of the people that are upkeeping this stuff are invisible to us because it happens in the background. Everybody's got their job and nobody knows what the other person's doing. It's blissful ignorance. It's kind of like,
it's just like the water treatment, right? There's people there doing some of the work. It needs the grid to work, right? I mean, like without it, a city or a town is kind of without a paddle.
I do a little bit of urban exploring for fun, and I find it incredible that I go into a property sometimes that's been abandoned for like a year, not even a long time, a year, and just how run down it is, just how disgusting. It's uninhabitable after just a year. And it's not like the window's been wide open. The place is sealed up. Yet for some reason, it's disgusting. And it's disgusting because there's no environmental controls. That's the problem. And things will just take over. And that will happen across the board, worldwide.
The mice have found holes in the wall and they got in.
Yep. Nature takes control. Nature takes over.
There's weeds in the building.
Yeah, if you've got a garden, try not doing anything with that garden for a year and see what happens to it. Leave it for 10 years.
That happens over the winter time here for me. I pull my stuff out next spring. Like right now, I'm looking. I got weeds growing everywhere. It's all the same weed, and they're a pain in the butt to pull out. But yeah, that's why I'm staring at it literally right now, just dreading having to go up there and spend 3 hours just ripping weeds out. But I know when I'm done, I can now start planting all my stuff.
Can I just add something real quick here?
Yeah,
in terms of the maintenance of that stuff. In preparedness, you're trying to maintain the system that you have, right? Like the inventory, the food, right? You're rotating it, right? We're doing these, like even the water, right? Right. After a while, right? You might have to check back on it, cycle it, right? You have to maintain that cycle of it, right? Maintain the tools, right, and stuff like that. Even clothes, right? Eventually, you gotta wash them, right? It's just like how Alan said earlier, right? If there's a bunch of oils getting into your socks or whatever, it reduces the airspace, right? And it becomes less thermal insulated because now there's no air pockets trapping the heat. So
that's one of the Fukushima supermarkets.
Does it say how long? Lord. Does it say how long? That would be a short period of time.
That's the produce area. Months. So that was probably broccoli.
Okay, on the right hand. Thanks for stopping by.
Take care.
Wow. Yeah, there's I just did a Google image search and there's loads of them. That was just one example, but
we're just looking at pictures, right?
It's intact, but it does look like what when they left, animals didn't, and they've just devastated it as well. They're just piles everywhere.
Yeah. Secondary contamination becomes a major factor in a lot of things as well. I mean, you might think, of course, all the produce and stuff is going to rot away very quickly. Yeah, but it's also going to cause slime and gunge and horribleness, and that's going to contaminate all of the other things, even tinned goods.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is a better example if Shadow
well, floodwater is like that, right, Alan?
Oh,
floodwater will contaminate things like that.
That looks horrible. Oh, my.
Look at the aisle. You couldn't even walk down that.
No.
Yeah, cans are falling off the shelf and they're exploding or bulging and everything's falling onto the floor and then breaking open and
And remember, we're just looking at it. We're not even smelling the smell, right? We can't. The smell will just
The thing you've got to remember as well is nobody's ransacked the store. This is not a ransacked store. This has just been left to its own
on the left here.
That's just what happens if you leave stuff in an unclimate controlled environment for even a short period of time. And then the rats and the vermin go in there and chew their way through everything. And I would advocate actually not going near that at all, because you're more likely to give yourself some sort of bacterial infection than you are getting any kind of substance out of it.
Selling point for an NBC suit and a gas mask right there.
And I feel less hungry now.
There's no reason to go in there unless they have
I agree.
Canning jars that you just want the glass and the jars are in good shape. You're not going to use the rings or the lids anymore, but wouldn't be. There might be some supplies in there you could get, but that's about it.
Maybe. I mean,
you
have to.
This is because we've been sold the myth, the Hollywood myth, that if everybody disappears and a year later, it's going to be like, what was that thing with Will Smith where he's just wandering around, the streets of New York or wherever, and things are just, everything's just perfectly good as if somebody just turned the lights out the day before. Yeah. Total bollocks. None of that would happen. The environmental controls would be a nightmare. It would be a disaster, and all of that stuff would disintegrate in just a couple of weeks. So unless you've got it at home in your own climate controlled zone, that's not going to be a great resource. There will still be stuff in there that you can dig out. There'll be a jar or something, and even in that disgusting Fukushima place.
Oh, look, a jar of pickles.
Yeah. And it will probably still be edible. But I tell you what, give that another few years and that won't be either, because the lid will have rotted away.
Yep. Things are gone in, and there's something growing on that pickle, guys.
What a cheery subject.
Yeah, it is.
Ruining all of my Hollywood movie ideas.
I know, and now I don't feel hungry anymore. I wonder why.
I love seeing it, like when they take every now and again you get pictures coming out of places like Ukraine, areas that have been occupied, by fighting forces, and then they've moved away from there, and you end up with like a dead zone. It's an area where there's nobody there. They've just kind of left it. It's like a neutral area that nobody's fighting over. And every now and again, you'll get guys in there with cameras saying, look, this area has been unoccupied for however many months of fighting. I always pay attention to what do the shops look like? What do the resources look like?
Yeah.
And they're always disgusting. They're always overgrown. They're always like just wrecked. And it's not people that's done that. That's the thing. People assume that, oh, it's the war that's did that. It's not. It's the bloody weather that's did that. It's
Mother Nature takes
Mother Nature's done that. Yeah.
And if you don't if you don't like spiders, then you're in for some trouble scavenging. Look at the webbing there.
Oh,
those are radioactive.
That'd be a website.
I'm going to run through and become Spider-Man then. Is that what you're telling me?
That's going to be some big, weird sort of Fukushima spider. That's not a normal spider.
Come on, you got to think outside the box. You need to spool all that webbing up, and you can use it for thread. And make your own clothing. Sure.
Oh, I mean,
there's a thread of truth to that.
I just imagine, because like my missus can't do spiders, can't do moths, anything like that. I can't imagine if you threw her into that situation. Oh, just go and grab that tin of tuna. Not a chance.
Not with that ugly thing living on it. Hey.
There's a tarantula on it.
Good, get it. It's protein.
Yeah.
Do you
how you would feel when you ate it?
Do any of you guys have buried caches by any chance?
I have a whole cache at my cabin in a barrel.
Yeah.
It's not buried, but it's in another location.
I've got some buried caches. I've had them for a few years. That was the thing that first kind of got me into the prepping thing, was I started burying these caches. I checked on one of them a few months ago, and it's been buried for about 19 months. It's been buried. Everything in it is okay. Right, everything in it is kind of edible. It's sealed. It's in a blue barrel, and it's literally in a relatively climate-controlled area because it's pretty much underground. There's only a foot of dirt above it. One thing I did notice though was, see the way that I'd stacked the stuff in. I had a bag of rice in there. The rice was burst. It was burst open, and nothing had got into it. It was just the compression of all of the stuff over that 19 months, I think, has kind of just pushed it to a point where it's burst somehow.
Just hit breaking point. That's worrying, because one of my caches is all MREs, wet meals. So if one's burst,
well, that's the thing. It got me thinking, because I mean, I was okay with it
because the stud, so they should be okay.
It was kind of okay, because I'm thinking, okay, it's a bag of rice, although you do get a fungus that grows on rice when it's exposed like that. Can be
there could be weevils that are in the rice if you didn't freeze it for a day.
That as well.
Yeah, then you got weevils and stuff that grow in there, and that might have been what bursted, because they all hatched, and the expansion of that popped the bag open, and then they all died because there's nothing left to eat. So, they just died for lack of oxygen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't freeze it because that's not something I prepped beforehand. So that could, in fact, be the case. I was thinking it was the pressure of all the, because I had tools and stuff in there as well. And that stuff was at the bottom. I'm not entirely sure what it was. I replaced it out and I rotated the stuff around. But it does get you thinking that you only need one bad apple in your barrel, and it spoils the whole thing, So you do have to be careful about that kind of stuff.
Don't keep all your eggs in one basket.
And check on your stuff. I mean, I was. The one that I checked is the oldest one I've got. That's why I wanted to check on it, and I was mostly pleased with what I had. But I did see that damage to the bag of rice, and that's something to think about.
Well, yes, you can eat weevils. They are not poisonous, harmful, or dangerous to humans if consumed, and they provide extra protein. So don't worry about it, guys. Eat your weevils. Don't freeze your rice.
You can start with that if you want, Mike. You can start with that. You lead the way. You start first.
What's black bits in my rice? That's seasoning. Just eat it.
Yeah, you taste it. You taste this first. How's it taste?
There's something else. There's something else you can get from rice. I can't remember. I would need to look it up. I don't know. Maybe somebody here knows it. There's something that grows on rice.
Is it the same? Because pasta has the same thing, and it's actually killed people who have left pasta out and then ate it.
That's after rice is cooked, If it's not refrigerated or eaten, there's all kinds of things that grow in it that will make you violently sick.
Yeah.
To answer your
a
question,
student in the UK that died from eating pasta that they tubbed up, but not refrigerated or anything like that, and just left it on the side, and it'd been there for a few days, and they ate it as like a snack, or I can't remember how long it was there, maybe a week.
Ew.
And they ate it as a snack, and they were violently ill, dehydrated, and died from it in the end.
Well, it's like Chinese food in the fridge, that you've put in there, and then you're picking at it 2 days later type thing. It's a very sketchy thing to do.
The Chinese round here, it's a sketchy thing to eat when it's delivered fresh, so I wouldn't even dare eat it 2 days later.
Pass. Pass. So, Alan, you were saying about the caching, right? I see, because here where I live, I see both cold and heat, right? So I have concerns about is it going to be able to handle both the heat and the cold that I get here? Because I can see -40 here, but I can also see 35 Celsius here, -40 or 95.
Well, I mean,
right? That's a big extreme of change.
It's the beauty of digging down and putting it into the ground.
No, of course.
Because I mean that's more climate controlled. So
but
there are ways.
Another issue. Well, see, the other issue I have with it is like, if the ground's frozen, how the hell am I going to dig down below the frost line that's 6 feet down?
There you go. That's the other issue in the wintertime.
That is really extremely hard. I mean, not just is where am I putting it? Is it gonna get disturbed, or is the land gonna get developed on, or whatever? Right? I put it in the tree. Well, they remove the tree.
It's a huge topic. I could spend hours talking about what I did, because I did think about things like, how do I dig that? Do I stash tools nearby as to where my cache is? What else do I put there? How deep do I go? How much digging do I actually want to do? And I've got 6 caches, and each one of them is actually different. They're not all underground, actually. Only 2 of them are really properly underground. The rest aren't. But they're concealed.
If I was like caching like a lighter that's one thing, but food's totally different, right?
Yeah, that's why the only thing I leave at my cabin is all my freeze-dried food. It's in a 55-gallon drum with the metal lid with the clamp on it. Now, it's not airtight, but it's definitely vermin tight. So it's all freeze-dried. So I don't care what temperature it gets to. It's in a barrel. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, but I don't leave, like when I winterize out for the winter. Oh, any jars of stuff I have in the cabinet that I would, I have out there in case I'm hungry for it or want it or need it. That all comes home with me. The spices, they can stay. But any food that's not freeze-dried, no, that all comes home with me. Everything else goes in the drum and gets sealed up for the winter. And I might go back out there in the dead of winter just because I want to, but I don't bring a whole heck of a lot with me that I'm not going to eat or consume right before I leave, and then I go back home.
So would it be better if I cache something that's freeze-dried?
Oh yeah. But you need water. You need water to rehydrate.
No, of course. Yeah. I still remember that, right? Because also I'm not caching like a can of food, right? Because that's probably not to be.
You can cache cans of food if the environmental control that you've got it in is stable enough. You have to also remember, even if you've just got a blue barrel, I've got some spare ones lying around right here just now. Everybody knows the ones we're talking about. If you just fill that, if you dig a hole in the ground, put that in the ground, and then start putting cans of food in there, and then seal the lid, you've also just sealed in all the moisture from the environment that you've just did that with. You have to remove that. You have to extract it.
You need a desiccant wax or something else in there.
The more of a vacuum it is, and the more climate controlled it is, the better.
Don't negate vacuum sealing individual items as well. Like even if you put in like a survival book in there, vacuum seal the book inside the barrel and stuff like that. Yeah. I prep my barrels, so I've got one in the cupboard right now ready to go out, but I prep them beforehand, make sure they're sealed and oxygen absorbers in there, everything like that. And I would never just throw an empty barrel in a hole and start throwing things in, because you don't know what's going in there at the same time.
Actually, I tell you what, that's just reminded me of something. If seen as we were talking about the Fukushima things, have a look at time capsules that people have buried. They're hilarious. Right?
Yeah, but they don't put food in there though.
Nah,
but that's
come on.
the thing.
We used to put Twinkies in ours back in the day. I know there's a Twinkie sitting under
whoa,
a time capsule where I grew up, just because that was the joke. It was like Twinkies last forever. So there's a Twinkie in one of them, and I don't even think it's in a Ziploc bag. It's just sitting there by itself.
It's amazing how many people think they are climate controlling something with a time capsule, and then they crack it open 20 years later, and it's a disgusting, moldy mess. There's one that I seen where it was a car. I think it was a college in America somewhere, and they actually time capsuled an entire car, and they sealed it in concrete and everything, and they put other stuff in there as well, and somehow, even though it was buried and encased in concrete, moisture somehow found its way in there and destroyed everything in there.
I thought
you
concrete
probably
was porous.
Find that somewhere.
I thought concrete was slightly porous. I thought it was.
Yeah, I think it is as well.
Yeah, right, because it doesn't repel
holds
water, right?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, because there's microscopic holes in that water can see through, right?
Yeah.
That's why the reinforced steel that's in there, or rebar gets rusty.
Rebar.
Yeah, it gets rusty, right? Because water got in.
Nuclear bunkers. I mean, you can explore some Cold War nuclear bunkers in this country.
Concrete's breaking off the wall.
Yeah, they're falling apart.
Clothing didn't last too well in the time capsule.
Nope.
I wonder does it say how long that time capsule was there for?
26.
Probably like 10 years.
Yeah,
26 years.
That's a plastic container.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a shirt? Like, what am I looking at?
Crews dig up a 26-year-old time capsule at a middle school in Massachusetts.
Is that a shirt? That looks like a shirt or something.
Yeah, they just literally.
It almost looks like it's tie-dyed.
Lid on it and buried it. Yep.
So you guys are suggesting putting like humidity absorbers, vacuum seal it.
You have to.
Hopefully, right?
You have, because people think, oh, I've got stuff up in the loft that's been up there 50 years.
I'm not as knowledgeable about that, right?
It's in your loft, and it's in that condition because it's in a climate-controlled loft. That's why, put the same box in your shed without a heater and see how long it lasts. I've got a shed in my garden. I've got a motorbike in there, and I've got some other stuff in there. I tell you what, I'm in a continuous battle of moisture, trying to keep that dry and all that kind of stuff. In the summertime, it's like an oven. In the wintertime, it's freezing cold. And then in the middle,
I would have that issue.
You get that temperature change from hot to cold, and there's humidity in the air, and there's something metal. Condensation forms on the outside, and after that, you're done.
Yeah. I mean, the outside of my bike is often very wet, and I have to go in there and wipe it all down and stuff. And I'm too cheap to put a heating in there. I just go in there and dry it down and ride it as much. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm in a spare room just now. The vast majority of the tents and clothing and things like that, they're all here. They're all in this room. Nothing's I don't keep anything like that in my shed because it's not climate controlled. I have to keep the climate controlled stuff in here, and then the stuff that's more forgiving, the tools and things, are out there. But even then, there's an annual cycle of maintenance that has to go on, and the same thing has to happen with your caches or when you're thinking about resources. I imagine there's a lot of people out there that have got caches in the ground that they just haven't bothered to check on in the past 3 or 4 years, and they think that's just going to be there when they need it. And I don't think it will be. I'm going to do a video actually, one of my caches, because I'm going to crack open another one. I've got another one that's coming up to a couple of year point, so it'd be interesting to see how well that one did.
There you go. You can see the damage inside that, can't you?
Yeah.
And that's 2000.
And they put it in a cheap plastic tote and buried it in concrete. Yep.
Yeah. A lot of the problems here are because the people who are doing it, like the school teachers, don't understand that they have to remove the climate, the microclimate,
moisture,
sealing in
which
there.
is worrying in itself that the school teachers don't know this.
Well,
now I'm.
Well, it's a big thing. It's harder than people realize. I don't think people realize that when you put something into a container, you're sealing the atmosphere in the container. The atmosphere is the thing that's going to destroy all of the product, not the rodents. Moisture. It's the moisture in the air.
Oh, okay. So if I cache something, I should cache honey. Then Okay.
Yeah, honey.
Yeah. I should call it cash honey, right? Okay.
Yeah, you could just pour the honey directly in the barrel. It'll be absolutely fine.
Hey,
Didn't they find
okay,
some?
okay,
Didn't they
okay,
find
okay,
some
okay.
honey? Didn't they find some honey in one of the Egyptian tombs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
wheat,
Okay.
wheat grain, wheat berry. Yep, and it was still viable. It grew.
But it's
Yeah.
still
Okay,
got a 2-year sell-by date stamped on by my supermarket, so it must.
Yeah, watch out for that salt that expires next week. You better get rid of that stuff.
I know. Yeah, I've got some out-of-date salt in the cupboard.
that's kinda
Whatever
funny.
I'm gonna do.
The thing with the thing with the honey is, though, I mean, again, that's a climate controlled microcosm. The pyramids had a perfectly controlled microclimate where that honey would have been, and it would. But think about it. I mean, bees make a lot of honey, right? We're not wandering. We're not wading through, honey all over the world because it's not disappearing. It does rot away. Go undo the jar of your honey and leave it on your kitchen counter. Eventually, it will evaporate and go stanky. If you climate control it, they'll keep it in the jar and put that in a place that's not, exposed to massive changes in temperature. Then theoretically, it'll last forever.
It'll still crystallize, but then you can just warm it through, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the same with like salt as well. Even I've got a bunch of salt lamps up there, which are actually just for decoration. They're not for prepping, but it's just a big block of salt. But weirdly enough, I had one of those in another room that had more humidity, and it pulls in humidity. Salt pulls in humidity, and I ended up with like a pool of water underneath underneath where the salt lamp was, and I couldn't work it out. I was like, what the hell's going on here? That's what it was. It was acting like a dehumidifier in that room.
Well, I guess that kind of makes sense, right? Because usually if you salt food or let's say meat, it draws the moisture out, right?
Yeah,
I guess that would kind of make sense.
You can keep like blocks of salt like this. I mean, this is just a decorative one made for lighting up. I've got salt licks as well that I use for hunting, which are basically just the same thing. But I can feel even the climate in here. I can tell you just now, right? Here's my little gauge. It says it's 23 degrees Celsius, 23.7 degrees Celsius. It's kind of warm in here. The humidity is 47%, which is giving me a smiley face, so it must be good. And I'm in here, and it doesn't feel damp really, but it's kind of got a tackiness to it just from me sitting in here for a few hours. And that's the moisture in the room. That's the humidity in the room that's causing that. And you have to be aware of that kind of stuff. But you would think this room was perfectly hospitable, nice and dry, nice and warm. It's perfectly fine.
So if you carved your box out of salt rock and buried that...
unless it was exposed to it, because salt is soluble, so it does, you can dissolve it. But get yourself a lead line box. That's what I would say. Gold. There's the thing to do. Gold is actually the perfect thing. If you could get a casket of solid gold and put all your stuff in there,
Oh yeah,
That's one expensive prep. That's one expensive prep right there.
If you can afford a casket of gold, you can afford a bunker with the climate control.
So you get
a free freeze dryer too.
You've got like a Tutankhamun style.
Unless you get a normal box and put that wafer thin gold that you use for cooking fancy cakes over it, would that be enough of a layer? Like a Faraday?
You've got to wonder.
Yeah, how big does it have to be? How big does it have to be?
Is that a reason the Egyptians, and one of the reasons they entombed their mummies in gold caskets is because that's a perfect bit of climate control going on there as well. Maybe that's maybe it's a secondary thought, but I would imagine that went a long way to helping.
I mean, yeah, that's some
I don't
weird.
think they're worried about climate control that much because, I mean, they pulled all the innards out and stored them in jars.
Yeah,
but they did that.
Pulled the brains out through the nose.
They did that for mummification purposes, though, because they were clever enough to understand decomposition, and they understood how to prevent it by, removing all of the wet parts and the bits that are going to rot away and stuff like that.
And then they pack everything in salt so it dries it out the rest of the way, and there you go.
Yeah, you've got like a human piece of jerky.
Yeah.
Sold. I hope not, Kraken. I hope not.
Well, I'm gonna bail off here, gentlemen. I want to go scope out my garden here before the sun goes down and see what I'm in for in the morning. Coffee in hand, rake in the other. I'll catch you all later.
Catch you later.
Take care, Mark.
Later. Thank you, Shadow. Later, Mike.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Mark.
Yes, and I think I'll take the time to make my exit out of here too. At the same time.
Hey, let's get rid of all the Americans. Just
I
as
will
Europeans will
catch you
stay
guys
behind.
later as well.
He's not even American. He's Canadian. You've just insulted him greatly.
Yeah. Did you forget that, Mike? Mike already forgot that.
Same thing.
This is why I always have to tell everyone. Everyone always assumes I'm American. I'm not American. This is why I had to add a maple leaf to my icon. Everyone kept asking me, "What state do you live in, sir?" I live above the states. Anyways, I will catch you.
So you're not American right now, but give Trump another couple of years and you might be, so it's fine.
Oh, whatever there, Mike. Whatever there. Hashtag Canada's not for sale. Sorry. Anyways, I will catch everyone later. And thanks for having me on.
See you later.
See you later. Later, everyone.
There we go. Welcome to the European stream.
Yeah. But that's okay.
That's okay. It's it's a different perspective though as well, isn't it? Because I think when they talk about scavenging, they're all running around with M16s and stuff like that, and we obviously don't have that kind of luxury as such. So it's a different.
We don't have that luxury either. So
space. They have much more space in North America, than we have here. Even at a European level, even if we were to say, well, the whole continent of Europe is the equivalent of North America, therefore we've got the same space, right? Well, no, because it's so much more built up. It's so much more. We haven't got these vast landscapes of empty wilderness. Everything's bunched together into these medieval cities that are, they've been there for donkey's years.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the population is kind of similar as well, isn't it? What's the population of the entirety of Europe? That must be a good.
Nobody knows.
Oh, nobody knows now. Yeah,
probably.
I'll tell you another scavenging point. Somebody asked what you would go for. You're never going to get it at the supermarkets, but alcohol. That's a multi-purpose item.
Yeah.
Medical, social, and of course fuel as well. So yeah, I would be definitely looking to scavenge alcohol where I could.
450 million, by the way, just quickly looking online. So that we have 100 million people more than the United States, for example, of people that we would have to deal with.
Concentrated.
More concentrated. Yeah. We when we did that trip to the island, Mike, we talked a lot actually about how we would scavenge resources in order to take them back to a place like that, and the plan that you would have to put in place to be able to sort of do excursions, because you would have to do excursions to go out and forage and bring resources back, right? Because it was obvious to us that you're not living off the land in a place like that. Locally, you're going to have to move out. You're going to have to move out and come back, like ants sort of wandering out, finding resources and then bringing it back. And there was lots of risks with that, especially if you're trying to avoid people. How do you get away?
Or you move to the resources.
Well, yeah, and then, but if you move to the resources, then you are an object of desire for people who are looking for the resources. Plus, eventually, the resource in that area is going to disappear anyway. And then you're kind of just like a nomad, where you're going from resource to resource, and that's always a bit risky because you don't know where your next resource is, right? You're kind of just hoping that, okay, we've used up this area, let's head north. How long do you head north for? And is there anything up there? Well, I always find it incredible. Our ancestors literally pushed across the entirety of the world without knowing what the hell was in front of them. It's incredible, I suppose it worked for them, though, but I bet it didn't work for a lot of them. I bet there really was cases where entire tribes of people says, no, I think we're going to find paradise if we just head west, not realizing they're heading into the Sahara.
Many Native American communities were mobile. They would move around. They kind of stick to similar plains and areas, but they would never just, this is where we camp forever now. They would move around.
A lot of them would do it as well, kind of like the way animals do. Like if you watch wildebeest on the Serengeti, for example, they will be in one place for a period of the year where it's raining and it's green and there's water and it's lush, and then the seasons change, and that's what causes migration. That's why animals migrate continuously, because they're literally moving from resource to resource, but they're doing it annually, so they're always going back and forth. So they know what they're doing in that sense. Humans don't have that luxury. We're not migratory in the sense that we will go back and forth. Although, if you run trap lines, that might be the case. I have read stories about tribes of people in the past that have 6 or 7 different campsites, and what they do is they'll spend a period of time in one, then they'll move to the next, and they'll do it in such a way that it might take 6 years, but eventually they find their way back to the original place that they started, and the wild animals have came back. The fish are more plentiful in the rivers or whatever. The beavers are back because they've been away for 6 years. Kind of like rotation.
Yeah. Maybe that's the way you survive better than, I don't know. Bugging in is always option number 1, but
yeah.
Well, yeah, like I've said for many years, I've said many times, learn to live off the coast and follow the coastline. If you live near a place where you have a coastline, that's the easiest way of doing
it. Coastline is the one. I'd love to live on the coast.
Yeah, I'm lucky because I live near the coastline here.
Yeah, and you fish as well, don't you, Shadow?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I need to do. My knowledge of fishing was going to a disused quarry where there was probably no fish, throwing a rod in and drinking all night. That was as much fishing as I've ever done. I've done sea fishing off a pier once, but I definitely need to learn more about fishing.
I've had a few fishing trips in my youth as well, where it was a case of we're sitting there at a fire and like we caught anything, like I don't even think there's bait on the rods anymore, but we're just sitting there with a case of Tennants and a campfire.
That's it. That's it.
I mean, a valuable resource though, it would be things like fishing tackle shops. Those are the kind of places I would raid if I was a raider. If you can get access to things like lobster pots and traps, or the means to make them, or if you're in a hardware store, take things like tarpaulins, take things like vapor barriers, take stuff that's got a long-term practical use. If you're at a sports, one of these outdoor shops, right? A kayak is a bloody fantastic resource to have, because it allows you as an individual or 2 people with a small amount of resources to be mobile on the water and go from island to island or cross points.
Also helps you. That also helps you get out things like traps into the best places. I think I've got enough knowledge to set fishing traps and stuff like that, and I know the theory behind it, but it's definitely something I would like to explore more of.
Yeah, gill nets,
that kind of thing. Yeah,
gill nets is a good subject to get into. And if you get deep into the weeds of learning about gill nets, you realize just how fantastic of a resource a gill net is. But it's not just about buying the correct gill net and learning how to use it. You also have to learn how to repair it, maintain it, make your own. And it's a whole skill in itself. And I've got a gill net, but I've been looking into getting myself a couple other gauged ones and maybe making my own. Because I think that's a really valuable resource to have, especially where I live. A gill net would go a long way. I live in a tidal zone very close by. Theoretically, I could put a gill net out there and have a continuous supply of food.
25-meter, 3 layers, monofilament fishing gill net with floats, £8.79. bargain. That's a prep. That's a prep not worth. It's for that price. It's not worth not having, isn't it?
And they pack down quite small, those kind of gill nets, because that'll be a fishing line style gill net. You want to try and gauge the size of the holes for the kind of fish that you're going to be after. If they're too big, the fish will swim right through them. If they're too small, they won't catch anything. It has to be big enough so you have to have a little bit of an understanding of roughly where are you going to be deploying this. Freshwater gill nets and saltwater gill nets are a little bit different as well.
Walked past some fishermen today at the place we went to with the little one, and they had about 8 rods set up between 2 of them, all on the bank, but they had these little battery-powered alarm things, and one, as soon as it got a bite, this little alarm went off, and it came running over to the thing. So that's great, because you're fishing multiple points.
Yeah, bite detectors. The beauty of having multiple rods as well, for anybody who kind of gets into fishing, is it allows you to try multiple different tackle setups, so that you can see what's working. Because every fisherman knows that they go to a spot, they choose the tackle they want to use, they cast out, they catch nothing. Yet the guy 2 meters away from you is catching stuff left, right, and center. You're like, what the hell? Well, it's because he's using different tackle. It's not just bait; it's different tackle. It might, different size of hooks, different gauges of line, etc. If you've got multiple rods, it allows you to be able to, try a bunch.
This is the minefield, you see. I think if I wanted to learn more about fishing, I'd have to just take it up, and it'd end up being a full-time thing.
Well, it is a full-time thing for some people. This is the thing. It's kind of the predicament I fall into. Is like, I've got all of these little skills about lots of different subjects, but I'm expert in none of them. I'm no great fisherman. I know how to fish. I can talk about it for a while, but you put me side by on a panel with an actual fisherman and watch me shrink, because that's what he spends all of his time doing.
My mate does it, and he goes to France and all sorts and does competitive fishing. And I thought about speaking to him, but he wouldn't have the time for me to just tag along and learn it all. It's just a lifelong skill, right?
But you don't need to know it all, though. That's the thing. You just need to know enough to be able to get you the resource that you need. So you can get deep into the weeds of being a very great fisherman. Your mate will probably know how to catch very specific fish of a specific size, because he's doing it kind of for the sport. He doesn't just want. Whereas me and you, if we're just starving, we're happy with anything. Let me catch anything.
I'll eat a tiddler. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, from a survival point of view, catching bait, a lot of fishermen will catch bait, small fish that they will then use, for bait, because it's easy to catch bait fish to then use for bigger fish. From a survival point of view, you only need the bait fish. Yeah. So invest all your time and effort into catching the small, easy bait fish. And there's lots of ways you can do that. But that's not fishing, though. That's survival. That is the difference.
Excuse me. I've caught many fish over the years, but I do not consider myself an expert. More of an expert than me, then, Vanessa.
Well, I have been fishing since I was 9 years old.
Nice. With your spear?
No. Just a simple fishing rod.
Yeah.
No reel.
That always makes me laugh, that scene with Castaway, Tom Hanks. And after being there for several years, it's just, he's gone from running around like a maniac to just spear fishing with a stick from the rock.
He's honed the skill so well. He's just totally tuned into it.
That's it.
But I mean, it's like any skill. You have to kind of do it over and over again, and you do eventually get a bit of a feel for it. There is a feel for fishing if you do it a lot, and you start to get good at it that way. I've did a little bit of free diving and things like that as well, and I've got like spear guns and stuff, and I'm terrible at it. Like I can barely hold my breath for more than a minute and a half. But the more you do it, the more you realize it is possible to actually spend all day and then eventually get one or two things.
Mm-hmm.
You've probably wasted more calories swimming around than you have actually doing that, but then you watch videos of guys on YouTube who are, getting massive fish and pulling lobsters out of the rocks and things like that. And you think, if you had that skill, it'd be worthwhile.
Yeah, but nobody publishes the failures, right? Them same people have had them days where they don't get anything.
Well, all fishermen and all hunters know the feeling of going out and catching absolutely bugger all.
Yeah.
I've went on 3-day deer stalking trips where I've seen some deer, but nothing I could have shot, and I've came away empty-handed. And then I've went to the same place a couple of weeks later, walking my dog, and they're bloody tripping over them. It's just one of those things. It's that's why it's a skill. That's why hunting and fishing is difficult. And
the deer know, you see, the deer know. You just need to get there and go, I'm just walking my dog.
Yeah, it's like goose season. I do some goose shooting as well on the foreshore, and I can be down the foreshore for hours and not see a thing. The second the season changes, they're bloody everywhere.
That's what the guy said to me in the shop, in the bushwear shop in Stirling. He said everyone can apply for a license in Scotland based on going to the foreshore doing that, because apparently it's an old law and it's a right to do it.
With shotguns, shotguns.
Yeah.
It's actually, I mean, if you want a shotgun in the UK, as long as you don't have a criminal record, and you just want one for like clay pigeon shooting or foreshore shooting, it's that the authorities would have to give you a reason not to give it to you. So yeah, I mean, if that's something that people are interested in, they can look into that as well. It's far easier to get a shotgun license than it is a rifle license. Much
definitely easier. I'm going to be just 2 minutes because Mrs. Urban Prepper smells something burning, so I'm just going to go and do a sniff test. I'll be 2 minutes, or I'll be gone forever. So
yeah. No worries. You need to take care of that too. You don't want to burn anything on the stove. That would be horrible.
The thing as well with kind of fishing, it's probably a good idea to learn how to do passive fishing as well. I mean, a lot of people think fishing, as a resource, as a skill, is just a man standing with a rod. But if you learn how to set up multiple traps, bank line traps and actual fish traps, or you build weirs and fish, and places you could trap fish, that's like a force multiplier of survivability as well. So it would be a good resource to get as much of the equipment that you need in order to make life easier for yourself in advance of doing that kind of stuff. Especially, I mean, if you live near, the coastline in the sea, I don't know why you wouldn't want to have lots of things like lobster pots, crab pots. Crab pots you can get some crab nets, like they fold down quite easy.
Yeah.
And you only need to stick a couple of a little bit of bait in there, a couple of fish heads or something. You'll catch loads of crabs easily overnight, just by leaving them out. And you don't even have to have any special tools to do it. It's really just a case of you go out when the tide is low, and you set the pots, and then you let the tide come in, and you check on it the next day. There'll be stuff in there, and it might not be massively a lot of calories, but it might be enough to get you through half a day. And if you've got a dozen of those pots laid out, that's a continuous resource. Passive hunting and passive fishing is definitely the way to go when it comes to long-term sort of survivability. So the resources that you would need in order to do that are a good thing to have. House not on fire then, Mike, no?
No, it's one of the windows is upstairs is open, so you can smell it a bit going through the house, but I leaned out the window and got a waft, so it's obviously someone just in the garden.
The streets are on fire.
Okay. No adjacent building is actually on fire, so I assume it's just somebody in the garden with, beers kind of thing. So
that's not your house. He's still standing.
Yeah, it's not as interesting as that, unfortunately. Don't get to crack out all my new fire extinguishers and stuff. So, but you know.
I think charcoal would probably be quite a good resource to stock, actually. People talk about often firewood, but charcoal is, you know, it's smaller, it burns very hot, and it's a good resource for cooking with.
Yeah.
We talk about the past and prepping like the past, and I used to have a coal fire, and it was 10 times more efficient than a wood burning stove.
Oh yeah.
Like literally, like once the heat was up, 6 pieces of coal on it would do me for the night, and it was an old style Aga in the front room, so you could put a kettle on it as well, but that heated the entire house, and the amount of wood you would have gone through to get the same amount of heat. Coal's brilliant if you can stockpile it.
The town that I live, it's actually a coal mining town. It's a very old town. It's over 1,000 years old, this town, actually. Romans were here at one point, but it's also a coal mining town. And a lot of the gardens still have coal bunkers, which I'm really jealous of, because annoyingly, unbelievably, the person I bought this house off of, they had a fantastic semi-subterranean coal bunker, and they pulled it out and removed it.
Like that. Yeah,
they removed it. They took it away and put a bloody patio there or something. It's like, why would you do that? And they're like, oh well, it's useless. I'm like, not to me, it's not. That would have been fantastic. But
my house, well, my parents' house, when we were in Wales in Blaenau Ffestiniog, there was a flat floor below ground. So the back room had a window, but then the kitchen had no windows, so it was completely underground. That rolled off into a utility room, and then it had like a shed-sized door in the utility room, which opened up and was completely you literally were under the main road. That's how deep it went in. They dug into the main road, and that was the old coal store as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that house would be perfect now. That would definitely be walled off as my bunker.
The thing is, I mean, coal's going to last a long time, right? I mean, it's an infinite resource, really. Yeah, as long, I mean, keep it in a decent place out of the way. I mean, I haven't got a wood burning stove in the house yet. I am getting one because I've got a chimney. I'm going to bring it back to life eventually and put a wood.
Nice.
But I'm going to get a dual fuel stove.
Yeah, definitely recommend it. Do you know what? The coal as well doesn't spit as much. So you have a wood burning fire. If it's an open fire without the glass door, it'll spit embers and it can be a nightmare. The coal was brilliant, and you talk about like keeping it in the right environment. My coal was stored in a half shed thing outside the house, and often it was damp and wet. But once you had a fire going, a couple of pieces of coal on it, even damp coal, would dry out and start to burn within the matter of 30 minutes. It's much more forgiving than wet wood. Much more forgiving.
Yeah.
Shadow asleep? Oh, he's moving.
Yeah, but the problem with coal is good. Charcoal is good, but the problem is what it releases when you burn it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as anything.
It's not
you
clean.
Have it enclosed. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing as well. If you're using, you can't use coal on your barbecue. It's not clean. Whereas charcoal burns hot and is clean in that sense, but it's it's not going to burn for as long as coal. Coal's a fuel that you use to heat your home. Wood and charcoal.
With the Aga, it's metal. You put in a kettle on there, you put in a pan on there. You're not doing it like a barbecue.
So you could cook that way. Yeah. It's not like a barbecue. You're not cooking your steaks over the coal.
Yeah. If I could, it was an old miner's cottage in Tanagricia in near Blaenau Ffestiniog, near a power plant, and that had that in. And if I could go back and have that would be awesome. It was a proper old school Victorian Aga, different oven sections, everything. Brilliant. As cold as it was in the morning, getting up and just starting a fire in winter was bliss. It was brilliant. Loved it.
Yeah. I think acquiring some of these resources just now as well before regulations and stuff coming, I mean, that's part of the thing as well. You know, I find it incredible that in the UK they're trying to outlaw people having wood burning stoves. Because they use climate as their excuse. At the same time, wars are waging in the world, and China are building huge dams and power plants and all sorts of nonsense. And you've got the Prime Minister flying around in a private jet telling everybody not to have a wood burning stove in their living room as they put the gas prices up to some astronomical price. It's a crazy world. It's a crazy world of people looking to kind of control everything we do. But if you have the means to be able to get yourself something like a wood burning stove now, then absolutely you should do that. It's high on my list. It's been high on my list for a couple of years. I've got one for my tent. There's not one for my house. And it's, if you get one that you can also use like a Dutch oven on and stuff as well, even better.
You can always set the tent up in the back garden, though, right? Just for cooking.
I could do. I tell you what, like you've seen that old wood burning stove I've got I use for my tent. You can use that in a house if you needed to. You could extend that to the point where it went out of a top window, and you get like a flexi pipe or something like that, and you could, in theory, set that up in any living room. You could set it up in a block of flats as long as you had a means of venting.
See, my theory is at the moment in the kitchen, there's a extraction fan point on the wall. Yeah, it's just an extractor fan, so it's just a hole that big with a plastic fan mounted this side and a housing for it the other side. It's 4 bolts and that comes out, and it's just a hole through the brickwork. My theory is if I had predefined pipes that could then slot together and go out of there in a real hits the fan scenario, I could pull that fan out, put the chimney for a burner out there, and have a burner in the kitchen for cooking or heating or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, the company I bought that wood burning stove I've got off of, they actually sell attachments so that you can put them in sheds. You know, they've got a fitting that you can fit it in your shed, no problem. And it's like a semi-permanent thing. I've been watching a lot of people in narrow boats recently. That's my latest sort of thing to do on YouTube when I'm on a night shift or whatever.
My friend built. They renovated their own. They had a little wood burner in there.
Yeah, a lot of narrow boats have a wood burner.
Yeah.
Because it's a very practical way of keeping a boat. Actually, the more modern narrow boats have like a diesel fuel burner rather than a wood burner, because that's actually, you can get that into a smaller space and it's actually easier to maintain and cleaner, etc. But it needs diesel, so you have to weigh up
the ambience with the diesel.
That's it. There's not the same ambience, which is, to be honest, the one that I want in the living room. There's a prepper aspect to it as well, but they just bloody look nice, So that's why I want it.
My dad just had his done. He didn't even have a chimney in there, so he didn't have a point for a fireplace, and he had basically it was like a brick extension on the side of his house that came out and went down, and that was so it created this deep fireplace, and now this metal chimney comes out the top of it at the side of his house. So he's got a wood burning stove fitted, and it was just like a little tiny brick extension that created that.
Yeah, I mean, log burners are a big thing in Sweden as well. I mean, Shadow will point this out. Like, I've got a friend who lives in Sweden, and a couple of times I've been to his house. I'm so jealous of his wood burner. It's fantastic. It's huge. It looks cool, and it keeps the place really warm. It's there's a real coziness to having them in your house as well. We've lost that. In this country.
You're trying to get rid of it more as well.
Absolutely.
Those old wood stoves. If you want an older wood stove, you can't install that in your new house here. You need a wood stove that follow the regulations.
Oh, right. Okay. So they've got regulations based around. That's what they should do here. If they're bothered about the environmental effect, have regulations around them. But it's a lot of crap. I can't have my wood burning stove, but I can drive a diesel car. So it's just it makes no sense whatsoever. So
yeah. It's a lot of regulations.
Are you considering a community freeze dryer?
Huh.
I'd love to. I'd love to.
Yeah. I think eventually Brian's just going to buy one. He's the type that eventually will just splurge the money.
Yeah, I just keep poking him with that stick. Like, get one. I'm like, Alan can provide you the meat. We can use. It's all win-win-win.
There would be a way of doing it.
Definitely. Keep cranking that. So
definitely out of my price range. It would be great to have. I don't understand why freeze-dried food is so expensive in the UK. I don't understand it. I don't know why.
It's niche. It's purely based on niche. It's not as in demand here. And when it is in demand, it's the small packets like I've got, like you've got, like the expedition foods and stuff like that, which is like
the ones we've all got lying around.
Yeah, I love the was it preparedness? I can't remember. What's the green label one? White bag, black top, green label. Can't remember the name of it. It has a morning oats with raspberry. And I tried that, and it's really nice. And I found out now that I can get it in a big number 10 can. So that's been added to my wish list because it's actually really good. So, but yeah, it's mental. It's just there's no appeal. There's no market for it here. I've got the Augustin Farms one only because it was on a cheap offer, but it is something I want to prep more of.
I've got to admit, I mean, it's not something I use a lot of either. The freeze dry, I've got those 1,000-calorie freeze dry single pouch meals. The only time I use these is if I'm doing hiking trips, which I don't do a lot of, and that's purely because the weight, they're a lot lighter than carrying wet food.
I used to sell proteins and stuff, and I would approach freeze dried more like the proteins, because then you appeal to both audiences. So if you were hiking regular, Alan, you'd buy this big can of freeze-dried, I don't know, mac and cheese, right? When you open it, it has a measure scoop in, and you could just buy the bag. So I'm going on one trip, so I'll just put a scoop in this bag, and that's my freeze-dried meal. You know what I mean? So you can use it on a regular and save because you're buying in bulk, but also for preppers, it's just like a big tin to put away. So yeah, that's how I'd approach it, but.
Yeah, I mean, they're not. I mean, even this pouch, they cost about £11. That's £10-11 these cost. Granted, that's it's 1,000 calories, so it is more than it's double usually what a lot of them are. But even so, that's incredibly expensive considering, even the price of food. It's only 1,000 calories. You need, if you're doing a lot of, hiking. A man will need 2,500-3,000 calories, so you need a few of those.
I took them on my cycle purely for the weight, so I wasn't carrying wet rations around and stuff like that.
Yeah.
As soon as you put 4 days of wet rations into a bag, it takes a lot of weight.
Well, the other thing I use them for as well is if I'm winter camping and I know I'm going to be out a few days, you don't want something that's going to freeze, because even if you've got like a wet meal or tinned thing and it freezes, it takes a lot of fuel to try and defrost that before you get to the point of properly heating it up. So it's much easier to heat up water and then put it into the unfreezable, bag that you've provided. That's why if you take a look at these expedition type, I actually think that company that I get them from, they provide all the food to these people who cross the Arctic and stuff.
Yeah.
You see them on pulling a big sled across Antarctica to try and get to that ice wall or whatever. That's the kind of food that they're carrying because it doesn't freeze and it's lighter.
Yeah. There's definitely a gap in the market. Gap in the market.
Oh, definitely.
Because the markup must be unreal. If you think, I know you've got an expensive outlay for the freeze dryer, but the cost of food, there's no way these freeze dried foods are the best cuts of meat and the best ingredients and stuff like that. I
wouldn't have thought so.
No, I mean, it's edible once you heat it up, right? Sort of thing.
And they're almost always the bulky types, the stuff that you can bulk batch make, like chili con carne, spaghetti bolognese, pasta carbonara, curries. those are things that you can make in a gigantic pot, and then easily portion down into single portions, which is why these companies do it. So I'm always a little bit, see we were talking about like the porridge and stuff. That company does them as well. They do a blueberry porridge and it actually tastes really good. I don't want to buy it though, because to my mind, wait a minute, porridge is already kind of freeze dried. You know what I mean? Why am I paying 10 quid for porridge?
I've got a drum of oats, so I've got a drum of oats, but it is nice, that raspberry oats. It's just, I think it's more that it has the freeze dried milk in with it.
Yeah.
So it does mix up nicer and creamier kind of thing.
You can, when it comes to oats though, I've done this in the past before, where you can actually just get like a freezer bag, add oats, throw in a couple of scoops of powdered milk, throw in some dried fruit, and then all you're doing is adding water to that. And you can make your own. Because it depends how long you think it's going to store for though. The second you put it into a freezer bag, you've put an expiration date on it, because again, like we were talking about earlier, you've introduced moistures and stuff to it. So, but if you're doing that, if you're going hiking for a week, that's an easy way of doing it. I did a video. I've got a video that I did years ago when I did the West Highland Way, and I was so pernickety about the weight that I would take things like freeze dried food like this, and I would actually take it out of the bag. So what I did was I manufactured a cooking bag, like an insulated foil bag that was made of like a material,
like Mylar.
The Mylar type stuff. I made one, a bag cozy it was called, and I made it to the dimensions roughly of how much food I would need. And then what I did was I decanted all of the food out of these bags into freezer bags for each day, and then I would pour the water straight into the freezer bag inside the bag cozy. And it worked exactly the same way as this. And you think, well, what would be the point of that? Why not just take the bag? It's like, well, because the foil bag is actually weighs quite a good few grams, whereas a freezer bag.
I mean, that is fine tuning.
That was fine tuning.
That is fine tuning.
To be fair, I mean, the reason I was doing that is because the challenge was to do the West Highland Way over a certain number of days, and we weren't allowed to go to a shop. So everything that we were eating for the time that we were doing it was on our back. That was the challenge. So that was self-imposed, really. But it does. You learn something from that though, because I learned from that experience at the time. I can carry a week's worth of food on my back and travel between 20 and 30 miles a day at my current level of fitness. I probably couldn't now. That was a good few years ago now, so I would have to rethink that. But
you get to try again. If you get the time off, you get to try again at the end of May.
Yeah, well, I think I might have a couple of days, so at least I might be able to join you for a day or two along the route when you do it.
Sounds good. You'll be able to drag me on the stretcher that I'll be on by that point.
I'll make sure it's near the end of your trip, so I just on video look really perky. I was like, "Yeah, look at me, I'm super fit." Like, you're days into it.
Come on, Mike, keep up. Shocking.
Yeah.
I think we've done the subject to death, Shadow.
Yeah, I think so. Most people will probably puke or... I think we worn this topic out, basically.
That's all right. It's as long as we fully explore and probe the topics to the point of let's talk about something else. So you can't say we didn't cover it.
Yeah. Exactly, Mike. I agree.
Although once this life finishes and I go downstairs, I'll be like, "Oh damn, I should have talked about that." There's always something I forget.
I was going to mention that. So, should we talk about home defense weapons?
Oh yeah, that one.
Is that a strimmer with a blade on the end of it?
It is. Yeah. So it's a multiple. It's a lawnmower / strimmer / this cuts through branches really well, and it's 2 loaded batteries, like slot-in batteries, 24 volt. So.
Those are good. I have used one.
It's great. I had a very unforgiving garden when I got it here, and if I'd have used a strimmer, every time I hit one of the branches that was poking up, it would have ripped it to shreds. So this just made it much easier butcher through. So, word of warning though, if the battery's getting low and you try and get through a thick branch, it might suddenly catch and jerk, and you go like this, which might have happened. So, although my neighbours might have been talking. Well, my neighbours might have been talking today because the battery was dead. So I thought, okay. I said, pass me the machete instead, love. So I'm in the garden wielding this giant machete, cutting down branches. So I'm sure a few curtains might have twitched at one point.
Yeah, probably.
Just waiting for Special Branch to come through the door.
Yeah.
What?
Call the UK's version of SWAT.
Yeah. That's every policeman at the moment. I've got my ridiculously bright torch working though.
That is a good light.
It's a Wooben. It's one they sent me to do a video on about 6 months ago. And I've still not done the video.
It's quite a good self-defense tool. A little light like that. Keep that in your pocket.
What I like about this is it's got a button on the side to turn like a normal torch, but see this here? If you can see that, it's like a little, let me put it on the right setting first, obviously. It's a little push trigger. Yeah. So at the moment, what I'm working on is the unspeakable thing up there. I'm looking to get a mount where this can be near my forward hand.
Yeah.
So as I'm holding it, I can just go. Yeah.
It allows you to see the paper targets even in the dark.
Exactly. Or blind that pigeon coming towards you, looking really aggressive. It's coming right for us.
Yeah. But even a light even not attached to something is, I mean, the reason that the police shine it in your face when they pull you over is because they have complete visibility of you, but you can't see a bloody thing because you're blinded by a light.
Yeah.
So if you're out walking the dog in a dark street or something, and somebody's approaching you and they look a bit hostile, you pull that little light out and shine it in their face. It might just give you that split second to,
This
move
was
away.
this where I took this to the Bug Out Weekender at Lee's place in South Wales, and at one point I put it on, and it was like a scene from Still Game, like, where did you get the bulb, lads? Wembley. It was like the whole tent like lit up. But I mean, you can, if anyone wants to be stealth, it does have a lower down setting as well, so you can have it like not as bright. So it's yeah. Oh, you got a little blue light on the side. So it's a cool little thing. I do need to do the review because they did send it me.
And YouTube is starved for flashlight reviews. I mean,
yeah, nobody does it.
The quicker you get that on there, the better.
No, actually, to be fair, I was reluctant to do it because it's like I feel like all these companies just like pop up overnight, like All-Light, and they all just seem to be like a Temu light repackaged kind of thing. But when I went to that Bug Out Weekender, I spoke to a lad who works down like underground in the sanitation systems and stuff like that, and he swears by Wooben lights. And he was telling me how long he'd had his little one and dropped it and done all sorts with it and stuff like that. So he swore by it. So that kind of gave me a bit more inspiration. So I think
Wooben.
I will.
I've never heard of them. Is it Chinese? Is it a Chinese company?
I assume so. It's I can't remember the guy. I think it was China. But they're not cheap, but they are solid. This is the X4, so it's 40 quid for this light.
Right.
But yeah, it's oh, they come with a diffuser now. They didn't send me that, the bastards. And a little mount.
A red diffuser would be quite handy if they sell that.
But it's literally just a big red plastic cap that goes over the top.
Yeah.
So yeah, but there's they do I've had the little EDC one they do as well, which is the G5, which is the same size as a Zippo lighter, but the similar sort of brightness to this thing. So that was cool as well. They do really good stuff, and it's a full metal build, part of the review I did film, which I'll have to do again. This went in underwater, turned on in my bath, and was left there for about an hour. And I come back to it, and it still all works fine and stuff like that. So I did really test the waterproofing out as maximum as I could. So yeah, they're decent. They're decent. I've not got a code or anything anymore for them because they wanted me to do video 6 months ago, but I'll just do an honest review instead.
Well, that's awesome that you find that your flashlight works after that long in the bathtub.
Yeah, because I don't plan on going underwater with it, but it's good to know if it's that waterproof, it'll survive in the rain. Like that light at the camp.
It will definitely survive the rain.
The big camping light that I had, Alan, at the island, that took a beating.
that was actually quite impressive how well that worked. How long it stayed on for as well. It stayed on for all night.
Yeah, still had 3 lights out of 4, I think, on the charge. It's like, I don't know if that's 75% exactly, but it was still going well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Test your kit, guys. Test your kit.
Whereas the work light I took with me just blinded me, and only lasted about an hour and a half and then switches off. So not quite as good.
Yeah. You know? This is it. All my battery banks are charged as well. I was hoping, Bombardier would come on so I could show them.
Yeah.
I've charged everything for a change. It's getting to that time. So
yeah, I think we wrap things up now, guys.
Yeah. We've done it. What's next week?
I have no idea yet. I came up with this
for 4 hours.
I come up with this topic yesterday at work on my delivery route.
Nice. There you go. You were looking at places to scavenge on your delivery route and thought that'd be a good topic. Is that what it was? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. I'm gonna think about that. That would be maybe a good topic. Yeah.
The topics that you get inspiration for are probably the better ones anyway. I mean, because you could just literally put into ChatGPT, give me 50 topics on a similar subject, and it'll give you 50 generic rubbish topics. But if it's organic that you've thought about because you're actually thinking about it, it's probably closer to home like this. ChatGPT probably wouldn't have came up with a topic like this.
Yeah.
It would have came up with
and
some
know your
nonsense
area is a good thing because I drive a lot in my city, so I know my area pretty well. So
maybe a show and tell episode. Shadow, because everyone likes pulling their gimmicks out on. Maybe a what's in your bug out bag episode would be good.
Yeah, that would be a great idea if I had a bug out bag.
You got a week to make one.
Oh Lord.
The best thing about being the host, Shadow, is you put the pressure on everyone else. It's like I sit there and ask the questions on my channel so I don't have to answer them.
Yeah.
You had an EDC bag though, didn't you? When you went on your train journey and stuff like that?
Yeah, I have an EDC bag.
There you go. Mobile kit. There you go. There's the subject.
This one.
There you go. See? Involved.
Yeah, this one is a really nice bag. Shoulder strap, but you can use it even as a waist bag too.
Yeah.
Similar to one that I use for work. My work bag is a 511. I think it's called a Mob 10 or something like that. It's basically a small...
Yeah, I heard about those.
Yeah. I've got it downstairs, but it's the perfect size for sort of... it's perfect size as a work bag for keeping your lunch and stuff, and a power bank and your car keys and all that kind of stuff. But you could use it like a travel bag as well.
Yeah.
Or a chest rig, a little chest. I've actually got a video coming up about got these chest harness rigs. Really cool little bag. Sits up here. I just keep loads of camera gear in it. That's what I use it for. But handy, more handy than I thought it would be.
Yeah, post-apocalyptic loadouts. There's a subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to run out of ideas.
No, there's loads of ideas. Loads of ideas. We could all just eat cat food online.
You should do we could maybe do an actual scenario one day where it's like, here's what's happened. Aliens have invaded. That is literally what's happened. And you know, this is what their demands are. What do we do?
Yeah.
Oh, they want to.
And everybody look like
question they're all male
in the faces.
Beggars can't be choosers, Alan. Right, I'll jump out, Shadow, and let you do your outro and end and everything. So it's great to be on here again, and I'll see you all in another one soon. I'll see you later, Alan.
I appreciate you guys that you popped up.
Are you about tomorrow, Alan?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Right. See you tomorrow then.
Right.
Goodbye.
Right. I'll see you.
Stay safe. And remember, guys, be part of the solution, not the problem. And stay safe. God bless. And we are out. Thanks for coming.